All right. Mic check. Cam check. What is happening, y'all? Actually, I probably need to do something with my cam real quick. How's everybody doing? Let's see. Hold on. Let's configure something real quick. Hey, so if you were here last stream, we actually did get the Doombringer to drop. So that was amazing. That was awesome. For those who were here to actually see that, we actually got it. We got it. So we're gonna try to fit this into. We'll try to fit it into. I've already did a layout already on Maxroll on all the builds to fit Doombringer and Shaco and whatnot. So it's just a matter of just doing it. I might have a different maybe preference on how I'm gonna do it, but it's gonna be roughly similar to what you see there. But we'll experiment with that. Also got a couple of ideas on like pairing on board things for now, like maybe some adjustments on the few things, like slight adjustments, nothing like super major or anything. But yep, I know, right? So we are definitely on our way to having a Abattoir of Zir setup, I guess you could say, or Abattoir of Zir ready setup. Couple of things too in news, by the way. New Campfire chat is on Thursday, so Blizzard will be doing a Campfire chat to talk about the Abattoir Azir. I assume probably like the patch as a whole when it comes with that too, as well as the winter event coming. So they'll be talking about that on Thursday, this Thursday. I will be live streaming that, so that's going to happen 11 o'clock a.m. Their time, so that will be 2 o'clock p.m. my time. I will be home for that, so I will be co-streaming that. So if you need somewhere to chill as you are listening to and or watching the Campfire chat, you can do so here, because I generally try to stream every Campfire chat if I can, just to kind of talk to you guys and my thoughts on what they're saying and what they're doing, and maybe provide a little bit more transparency if I can. Yeah, but other than that, yeah, we're just gonna play Farm Sigil, Sigil Powder, probably mostly rapid fire today. Maybe some Barrage. We'll kind of see. I do have a slightly different stream overlay for today. I'm gonna go with the bigger scene, I guess you could say, and a little less flashy. I just kind of just want to see what it looks like overall. I know a lot of people kind of take this somewhat similar approach, so trying to mix and match what I think is good, and also try to keep more so of what makes me at the same time. So feel free to be like, yeah, I like this, or nah, not really feeling that part of that thing, but feel free to show us around the crib. I mean, what you see behind me is pretty much it. It's kind of there's nothing in front of me. It's just that, it's that, and then the fourth wall, and that's it. That's kind of how that works. The turtle in the sand needs a hat. I don't. That's a rock, actually. I think I did kind of look closely though. I'm like, is that a turtle? Like, I totally would have put some thug life glasses on it though, if that really was a turtle. We can make it look like a turtle. Look, the Mountain Dew can. I know, right? Oh, while I'm at it, I know this is kind of seem like I'm starting this at, like a just chatting stream, and that's not really my intent. But question question for y'all. Just since you guys here early, you guys get to kind of get some news on this. I have been approached by several how do I put this? Energy drink companies. In the past, there's been a few that's approached me that were more not as known, I guess you could say, and that was also when I was a little bit smaller. I'm not much bigger now by any means, but I am growing a little bit, and with that, has been more prominent brands approaching that are still energy drinks, but they're more known in the space. So I don't really know much about these, but I've heard these around a lot. So I actually got approached by Rogue Energy for one, and also G Fuel. And G Fuel is the one that I kind of know more of. Like I've heard that name a bit more than like Rogue Energy and like some other brands or whatnot. Kind of want to see what you guys think. If you guys have your opinions on of that. Generally speaking, I tend to try to stay away from like some partnerships. I don't really call them sponsorships because technically speaking, they're not sponsorships. They won't pay me to advertise their brand. It's more like a affiliate link type ordeal. You sell whatever, you get percentage or whatever. But if I'm going to do that, I always think about my audience, and I think about myself too. Just like I usually stream at night, so it's like, how do I advertise energy drinks usually when I'm streaming at night? And I typically don't drink energy drinks at night. So it just seems very counterintuitive there. To kind of market that when my time frame and of course my whole like brand is chill vibes, right? You think energy drink chill vibe. I don't know. Like maybe if I can get like somebody approaching me with like some sleep pills or something, or chill pills. I don't know, but we can figure out something. Like a lounge chair company or something. Love Seeds. That's what I'm really looking for, because then I can be like, because then I can actually have it and then be like, yo, bro, I got this. from this company, man. Like, I totally recommend it. I got one myself. I'm sitting there sitting on it. But yeah, energy drinks are kind of hard unless I'm doing like a 24-hour stream or something, like, beginning of a season, trying to level all the way to 100 or something like that. At that point, yeah, I would drink one, but it's like, that's like a once every 3 months type thing. Rogue Energy, Rogue Specialist, 10 out of 10. That actually is that's a very good point. I didn't think about that like that. But I could totally play off of that. I just didn't know much about Rogue Energy, but apparently, like, looking it up, they're a big player in the game. And play with your QV viewers. Are you suggesting I should play with you? Actually, Zil, you should have been here yesterday, man. We totally would have ran some Ubers with you. It's sick to see you moving up. It's just one of those things where it's just like, I don't want to just take random sponsorships and it not make sense, I guess. I would say random is not the right word for it, but like, there's been some that I've kind of like just turned down because I'm just like, there's just no way that I'd be able to market this right to my audience. Like, even like getting the offers is cool. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm totally like flattered by that. But at the same time, it's like, I have to kind of look at my market and my people's. You know what I mean? So like, that's kind of where I'm at with it. It's like, I don't like, convincing you guys to click on an affiliate link and like, buy something that I'm not myself using. You see what I'm saying? not that I wouldn't believe in it, but it's just like, you know what I mean? At that point, that does seem more like selling out than anything. But if things do come my way though, that I really truly think is pretty cool, and I will use myself, you know, I would absolutely let you guys know, and you guys would be a part of it. But I was here when you was homeless. Don't forget me when you hit Denzel status. Jimmy Sully, sorry, I just saw you there. Man, I don't think Renoveros can do AoZ. I'm actually, I am in the same belief as you. I don't really think it's really, I don't want to say it's not possible. I think you can do like maybe earlier levels, not the low levels of Abattoir Azir, but it's not going to have the power necessary. Anything that isn't combo point related is not going to have the power necessary to do AoZ. Honestly, just being honest, I think I don't know how much thought Woody kind of put into that, into that in terms of what he feels about Reign of Arrows with that, but I don't have much faith in that. It's not a bad build. It's just relative to Boss Will and combo points. It's just, yeah. Vasika, what's going on? Can there be just a bow rogue build that doesn't rely on combo points to be good? I would love to say yes. And that's all I'm going to say. I would love to say, I wish I could say yes. And I think that probably says everything you need to know about the current state. I wish I could say yes. My YouTube chat there. I am hoping, Risika, I am hoping that next season, when they actually like, you know, fix the bugs and buff stuff that just are underutilized, like, because like right now, I actually had a conversation and I spent some time doing a write up to the devs multiple times, actually, I think twice, mentioning how the other specializations are just absolute trash right now. I didn't say it like that, but I did say that there's no reason to use Inner Sight or Prep right now, even without Tabalt's Will combo points thing. Like, combo points is still a, you know, considerably better, and Flicker Step just makes preparation like completely pointless right now. Right, there's really no reason to use preparation as long as you got Flicker Step in the game now. It's a permanent unique. So is there any reason to ever use like Flicker Step ever? So I don't know. Not Flicker Step, sorry. Is there any reason to ever use preparation at this point? And their site was cool before they added a cooldown to it. I don't think they actually added a cooldown. What ended up happening to Inner Sight though is that the game changed. And what I mean by that, did they make it so you can't chain it back to back? I honestly don't remember that change. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember that change. And if so, that's kind of weird that they would do that. Looking at it now, you know, even if you could chain it back to back, it still wouldn't be as good as combo points right now. Are you saying that like it wouldn't feel like, were you saying that it would continue to fill the gauge while it was active before? Is that what you were saying? Attack marked enemies to fill up your inner sight gauge. When it's full, gain unlimited energy for 4 seconds. You can get inner sight immediately almost again after it's over. Okay. Let's... I see. Okay. I actually didn't realize they did that. Sorry, there's like something in my right eye. Kind of weird. I didn't know that was a thing. That's really weird. So, yeah, they bring that back. I actually didn't even know that. I wasn't aware that they did that. It was really strong with twisting blades. Well, yeah, I mean it really should just stayed honestly that way. I'm gonna be honest. But my problem with apparently dots don't do anything. But here's my issue with inner sight. My issue with inner sight is the fact that you can't the cooldown is like, it is kind of messed up. I agree. I think the bigger problem though is that you can't bank the power. Like you can't bank the power. So like once it goes off, or once you fill the gauge of like that, it could be like towards the end of a fight or whatever, and now you're having to go to the next target and you're wasting your inner sight power because it may have procced when you didn't want to. Like there's little to almost no control over inner sight. And in terms of where the target is, like the target is random from 1, and 2, when it procs, and that's it. It'd be nice if we can bank the inner sights and kind of use them strategically, like when we want to. So when it fills, you have 1 bank of inner sight, and then if it fills again, you don't use it, you have a second bank of inner sight. You fill it again, up to like maybe, I don't know, like 3 or something, in which you can kind of just chain your inner sights that way if you want to use it that way. So you can strategically, figure out your resources, because you still have to think about it. You still have to play around it. You still have to, think about how you're gonna use it. But right now it's just like, it goes off and it's like, crap, I didn't mean for that to happen right then, and then you have to build all over again, and you have to find a target to hit and whatnot. And right now, with density being more than it used to be, they increase the density in areas and whatnot, that makes it harder to find just that one target now. Whereas before, there was much less density in general, so like picking out a target was a bit easier to do. Now it's just like, it hits a random target and you're just like, wow, okay, that target's way over there, but all my mobs are over here. I don't think it really works well in the current state of the game. But I'd be all for being able to bank the power personally. That's what I would like to see personally. I got all these whatchamacalls that I saved. Or the new trap unique work per attack. I'd actually be okay. So I'll put it this way. I'd be okay with the new trap unique if like I was stating earlier, like in this conversation, if I could bank the inner sight power. If I could bank the inner sight power, I think the unique chest would be okay. But the bigger gripe with the unique chest is that it has a lot of like caveats that it doesn't tell you. It doesn't tell you that the traps don't last as long. Like Death Trap is actually shorter with the unique chest when it comes from the chest than it is your actual cast. I put it through a video editor and I saw that the Death Traps don't last as long. so it's actually a little less damage than a normal death trap. Also, the ratio of traps are different. Like you get poison trap considerably more than the others. Poison trap you get more often, and then death trap you get pretty rarely, and then cow traps is the rarest. So it's kind of like some really inner mechanics that isn't really explained that kind of makes that chest kind of weird. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I'm trying to see something about while I have my stuff, because I haven't had a Shaco yet when I was playing Rapid Fire, so now I'm kind of curious about Poison of You. Actually getting pretty decent numbers off the poison ticks, and this is without corruption, and I'm not built for poison at all. But I wonder if it's snapshots with elements. Let's find out. I don't think so. Try it again. Okay, no, it doesn't. Okay, so it's not dynamic, so it doesn't change when the elements change. That one seemed like it did, unless I just hit like a different number. Then we wait for elements to come back around. Let's see. Go poison right now. Oh, it disappeared before I finished. Right, let's try it again. Okay, so yeah, it does it snapshots where it was, not what it ends up being. So it doesn't change when the elements change over after the attack. Let's see. Yeah, they having that the strongest class in the game somehow. I actually don't even think Rogues was the strongest class in the game at the start. It's just that Rogue's strongest builds were figured out before some of the other classes' strongest builds at the time. Rogues are good. Don't get me wrong; like they were very good, but there were builds that were better than Twisting Blades in some other classes. It's just that those weren't figured out yet. It took a little longer for other things to develop in the meta. I'll put it that way. So, kids, what's going on? Let's see something else real quick. Name Rogue. I started with Barrage and ended up.
We just got raided,
Barrage
son.
released in retrospect throughout
You
the day.
know how we do.
I think most people ended up with
Pay
TV.
respects to our fellow streamers, man. I'm gonna need the chat to throw up some
What is up?
Die Thug like the most.
How's it going?
Drop my beat for these new viewers. Dashizi out.
What
We
is
rated
up?
my stream with 1 views.
Hey, you said Twitch not giving you the notifications, really? That's not cool. But thank you. How have you been? Shui? Then wait for the rotation to go away. But yeah, but the thing about Twisting Blades is that that has been bugged. Blade Dancer has been bugged since the start, since like legit since the start. Or Blade Dancer and Poison Beam has been bugged since the start. So Twisting Blades, Poison TB has always been like the best build because it's the only one that has been bugged consistently throughout the entire time for Rogues. If that ever gets fixed, Twisting Blades will be more reasonable, I guess you could say, compared to some of the other core skills. A streamer, someone in the chat knows about PvP Crit Cup 100. Crit Cup or Crit Cap? Green gems that gives plus crit to vulnerable count in this basket of 100 cup. I mean bucket. There is no crit cap. I put it that way. Like there is no additive crit cap. There is no multiplicative crit cap either, technically. You just can't increase the you can't increase the base 50% with gear stats. I'll put it that way. I don't know if that makes sense. I should do add points. No. There you go, machine. 8008, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. That's actually okay poison damage, considering like on the side. I mean, I know like and like obviously not building around poison. No, I'm obviously not building around poison. But yeah, but those actually are not bad tick numbers. As a, hey, you know, third imbuement, not bad sort of type ordeal. Cause that's pretty much what I would use it for. I use it for a third imbuement. Let's do this with X-File, just out of curiosity. Actually, you know what we could do? Multiple training dummies. I've only seen one proc. Really? One proc? That was it? It is kind of nice to see how good the ricochet is when things actually live. Usually things don't live long enough. So like, yeah, it's actually not bad. Really? So I get that one proc and that's it. Yeah, see that the Pethis fire their head coach. Yeah, I saw that. Jeez. I freeze everything with that attack. That one whatchamacallit. Yeah, I saw that they fired their head coach. I think the Panthers are gonna have to realize that it isn't just the head coach. You can't be just going through, you know, head coaches thinking that he's the problem. Yeah, all of them got frozen. Look at that. Step one, fire the gym because he sucks. I don't disagree. Yeah, this is instant freeze. Yeah, look at that. All of them freezes. One shot of rapid fire. But yep, definitely not. X-Files absolutely not worth it for this setup, that is. But yeah. So let's go back to our original sword here. Let me see if I can still freeze because I got 4 extra points into cold and boom because there's a Shaco now. So let's see if I can still freeze. Okay, so yeah, I still get the freeze even without corruption. Okay, I have a Shaco now, and I haven't used Shaco with rapid fire yet. So there are some things I kind of wanted to play around with and test now that I have a Shaco. And the Doombringer now. I'm going to put that on pretty soon. But yeah, just kind of curious to see how things would change now that I do have a Shaco. So wanted to test stuff. I think some of these are just hold on to. Extract. Hold on to. Did I want to keep this? Yeah, I did want to keep this. Because that's cooldown reduction. It's a low percent though. But cooldown reduction, movement speed. Exploit. Then I do your armor percent if I can get that. It'd be a nice spare amulet. And hold on to this because I think this is a good roll. All right. Well, now we're gonna go back to town. When did I get a Shaco? I got it with Barricade. It was like last week. Barricade was like, "Hey, let's do some Ubers," and I was like, "Okay." And he was like, "You're getting a Shaco tonight," and I'm like, "No, I'm not." He's like, "No, you are. You're getting a Shaco tonight." He's like, if you know Barricade, you know him, like you know his positivity and things like that. He's like, "No, you're getting a Shaco now." I'm like, "It's not happening." It's like, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen this drop. Of course, it didn't happen that drop, but it did eventually happen that night. And he's like, "See, I told you he's gonna get a Shaco," and he was right. I got a Shaco. So I told him, I said, "You need to be in my group when we go for the Doombringer." So he wasn't here for the Doombringer yesterday, but yeah, he's you know, his extreme positivity and you know, believing is unmatched, and I can't deny that he is a big reason why I assume that happened. Yeah, so that three people ended up finding it in some runs yesterday. I think Riptide already had it though, so Riptide found it, but he already had a Doombringer, so he just got it again. Something's in my room because like my eyes are just like burning for some reason. Can't put it on Bryce when the Panthers haven't started the same O line for more than like 3 or 4 games in a row. Oh yeah, Bryce is like they keep saying Bryce is like, oh, he's too small. He's too little for a quarterback or whatnot. It's not his fault. He has no weapons. He has practically no O line. You know, you're hoping he can make miracles as a rookie in an organization that's just not like, you know. Is Rogue nuts this season? Rogue is okay. Right now, the current content, basically every class has nutty builds because the content's easy. So like, it's easy to do, like, to destroy the content no matter what class you play. But if you're just talking about like output, like just pure output, you know, there are definitely some other classes that kind of, you know, put Rogue to shame in that category. But it's not necessary though. It's like, you know, I put it this way. It's like you're driving around the city, right? You have a car or whatever like that. And it's like, you know, yo, you know, or, you know, you can drive your Porsche in city traffic, and Porsche, you know, is a nice car, right? You know, Porsche 911 is a nice car, but you know, it's kind of overkill for city driving. But it's a very nice car. You know what I'm saying? Like, but if you want that speed, whatever like that, you know, and handling, you know, the Porsche got it, right? But it's like, you know, in the circumstance that it's being used in, it's a bit overkill, but it's still good. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of where like let's say Barbs are, or, you know, Ball Lightning Sork is like, you know, those are like, you know, have the ability to do much higher content, but it's not necessary. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not necessary when like I don't know, like, you know, an Infinity or Alexis can kind of get the same, you know, can do the same job technically, or even like a compact car can technically do the same job for city limit driving. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's that's probably like the easiest reference I can kind of make. What aspect can you forego when you get Shaco? That just depends on the class and the build. Want to use size and excuse? Let's look at Drew Brees. Am I killing everything in dungeons? You usually don't have to. Oh, you're talking to him. Okay, gotcha. Never mind. You think Rogue would do well in AoZ? Yeah. I think Rogues would be fine. For Rogue, rapid fire pen shot. So I have it listed on the Maxroll website, like the Maxroll pen shot rapid fire build. I have a Uber Uniques tab that shows you exactly what you should drop. Generally speaking, that would be probably corruption. When you get the Shaco, you drop corruption. When you get the Doombringer, you drop rapid. Generally. Have I seen Rax's new tier list for AoZ? No, I haven't. I saw the video pop up, but I haven't watched anything on the tube today. I'm not gonna watch it live right now, but but yeah, I do intend to watch it later. I will say this though. I know it's just hindsight like that, but I did go back and look at Rax's tier list for this season just to see how completely off it ended up being for the season. Obviously there are factors you just can't predict. You can't predict, you know, Ball Lightning Bug. You can't predict what overpower damage was going to end up being, or how it was tuned. There are a lot of things you kind of can't predict, obviously, right? Which is generally why I don't make I don't really do tier listings, because it literally, when you don't know the atmosphere right? When you don't know the atmosphere, I'm just telling the truth. I'm just legit telling the truth. Like, no one predicted Ball Lightning was going to be what it was. Mathematically, it's not supposed to do 10 times the amount of damage that it does. But yeah, there was no way to predict any of that. So like, I think, so going into Abattoir Azir, you know, my original thought is the same thing. It's like, it's content we don't know. We don't have a personal, like we didn't play it. I'll say, you know, 3 people did, but we didn't play it. So it's hard to kind of go like, you know, what's really going to happen. So it ends up being like a, you know, like a highly educated guess. But when you go back and look at his original tier list, it is all botched up. He had Rogue as the best class, and it's not even close right now. I actually, when I did like a on stream tier list, quote unquote, people ask me, you know, what you know, where would I rank classes before season 2? I actually have Barbs at 2nd. And people thought I was nuts because, of course, Rax did his tier list too, right? You know, it's like no way you have Barbie 2nd. Rax had, you know, has him last. You have him 2nd? I'm like, yeah. I actually had Necromancers first initially. I had Necromancers, Barb, Rogue, Druid, Sork. That was my kind of like power list. And I was close about Barb, close about Rogue. The one that I was really off was Sork. Simply just because there's no way to calculate that Sork's Ball Lightning was gonna end up being, you know, not what the tooltip said. There was no way to know that. So looking at just mathematical numbers, I thought Sork wasn't gonna do as well. Sork would still be balls if it weren't for Balls Bug. I don't think so. I think Blizzard is stronger. Blizzard would be stronger. There are a couple of Blizzard would be the better build. If Ball Lightning went from 3,000 to 300 like it's supposed to, like it's supposed to be 300%, but it's actually registering as 3,000%. So that's a 10 times multiplier. You reduce the damage of that 10 times, or the output of it 10 times, and Blizzard becomes a better build. Firewall is probably up there too. Balls wouldn't be bad. Like it won't go to be trash because Ravenous is still in the game, right? So Ravenous really helps Ball Lightning a lot. So it wouldn't be bad, but we will have more options on the Sork if that wasn't the case. But anyways, yeah. So my thing about tier lists is there's no way for you to know, right? I think I was actually kind of close though. Druid kind of is where it ended up being. Rogue is kind of where, you know, floated around 3rd or 4th place. I have Rogues at 3rd. Barbs ended up being number 1. I had them number 2. So, you know, I was off in the actual placements per se, but I was pretty close. You know, it didn't go from the like when I was really off of was Sork, but yeah, when I saw Rogue was the best class, I'm like, I don't know about that. I don't know, because even initially as a Rogue player, I'm like, but. And even with the Toboss will, and this is without the Toboss will bug, you know, we wouldn't have known that would have been bug. But yeah, I wouldn't have had him in number 1. Personally, I wouldn't have him number 1, but all I play is Rogue. Ruckus, appreciate the sub. But yeah, that's why I say like tier lists are fun. And they're very like they're educational guesses when it comes to things that we don't have actual experience in, right? So like that's why at the end of the day, it's kind of like, you know, I'll look at a tier list, and if it's on things that hasn't really been played or tested, if it's just kind of like math at the moment without knowing what the content actually is, then it's kind of like it's an educated guess, and those are fun. How would I rank builds and classes for AoZ right now? I wouldn't, because it's content that we haven't done. You see my point? It's like, you know, how would I rate, you know, best places to live on Mars? Well, none of us have lived on Mars before, but we do know the atmosphere, right? We know the atmosphere, right? We know, you know, the temperature. We know that we're gonna have to find some way to actually get oxygen to, you know, to live and survive and civilize the planet, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, but we don't know. We never been to Mars, but we know about Mars, but we never been to Mars. So I can give you a good, well, maybe you want to live on this part of Mars, maybe, but until you actually land on Mars and you colonize Mars, you can't really know. At the end of the day, it's an educated guess. You see what I'm saying? So like, I can't give an objective tier list. But I do agree with someone who said that that Necros might be a sleeper class. I think Necros kind of struggle with boss, and I think that's probably why Suit and Tie, love the name, appreciate the follow. I think that's kind of why Necros are getting, you know, people are kind of like sleeping on Necros, just because their boss damage, not saying that's bad, but relative to other classes' ability to kill bosses, it kind of lags behind. So, but the thing about it is, again, here's another caveat. If we were to look at it in the sense of, like, let's say, what am I trying to give up here? I need to give up something for the Doombringer. Okay, Doombringer here. We'll have to get Edge Master on here or something like that. Let's just say it works a lot like Greater Rifts, because that tends to be the rumor. It works like Greater Rifts, right? Then Necros would have a really good time during the Rift, because if gathering and killing is a thing, like it is in Diablo 3 Greater Rifts, then Necros will have no problems actually clearing the Rift. It's the boss damage that becomes a little difficult. So if Necros can clear fast and get to the boss earlier, it's not going to matter as much. And then there's also gear swapping, if that's a thing, right? Lena, what's going on from YouTube? How's it going? Is Maxroll Rapid Fire build the one that you use for AoZ, or do I have another planet for us? I'm gonna have other planners for AoZ. I haven't put them on Maxroll yet, not yet. I will this week, but I will have an AoZ tab, just like some of the other builds probably already has, for Rapid Fire and Pin Shot Rapid Fire and Barrage and Flurry. Barrage just hella advice against Necro because he rolled Infamous and didn't do well. But a good this build is hella tanky. I mean, there's also a similar thing with Rogue and Pin Shot Rapid Fire, and I think a lot of it is just a lot of buttons, and people just I just don't think Rack actually likes to play, you know, complicated builds that don't need to be complicated for the damage that it does. You know, like Pin Shot Rapid Fire is pretty complicated for the output that it does. Like, why do all that when you can just right click with Hoda at the end of the day? You know what I mean? Or right click with Pulverize. You know, like I can understand the frustration of having to do all these different rotations just to make something work. So I kind of agree on that. I wouldn't necessarily say that like the class or the build is bad or anything, but I would say it can be a frustrating experience being able to play some of the more meta things on Rogue. So, Carlos, what's happening, man? You got Doom and Bringer too, yeah. Am I using to boss for AoZ? AoZ? Well, yeah, you're gonna have to. If you're planning on doing any of the higher levels of AoZ, you're gonna have to use to boss world on Rogue. Like, it's just a staple at this point. I will eventually though try to do the content without it as well. So I'm gonna first do it with AoZ with to boss will with all my builds. Then I'm gonna go back and try to do it without it, just to kind of see the power gap between to boss will and other setups, other not broken setups, I guess you could say. So that is the plan. Okay, do I actually want to use that glove though? Or print over that glove? Wow, that's actually a good glove. Doesn't have attack speed on it now. I probably need the attack speed now because I'm not gonna have it. That's the thing. So the slow is actually nice though. Ugh, yeah, I'm losing 12.6% attack speed. That's rough. Let's remove poison and view for now. Because poison and view right now is actually not worth it in the current content. For rapid fire, that is. I'll make sure I make that clear. Okay. Now I have 3 points left over. We'll go back to Impetus. That's it. Okay, so let's imprint. 20,000 health. Look at that. Feels juicy. Uzi rapid fire build. I can't get it right. I'm a level 100. Do you have everything you need for it? Count stacks. Or I guess can you give me more of an idea of what you're having issues with? Where am I going? Not a jeweler. You said a lot of people want to drop to bolt to get more defense. It's really the only build that can do that and get away with it is Poison TV. That's it. You cannot. You're not gonna do well if you drop to boss will. It's gonna be one of those things where on a rogue you just have to play better. I kind of hate to say it that way, but honestly, that is what it is. You're gonna have to play better, like less room for error, I guess, on a rogue. But you're if you want to do the higher levels, you're going to need to boss will. Like it's just, you know, I don't like that it's that way, but it you know, bug builds. So, and we all know my opinion on that. It just kind of is what it is. So I wonder if I do, hold on. I lose quite a bit of max health on that, but I guess what I can do is I don't have as many edge masters to kind of like play around with, but I have a lot of aspect of elements I can play around with. That's why I want to kind of switch this. What's my, okay, that's fine, I don't care. All right, so yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it this way as like a, just in case I don't like what I'm doing here. We'll just put that there. I have a Slay Crown, Bone Weave Armor, Bone Weave Gauntlet to boss Not 25, not 25. So I guess my thing is, do you have all the aspects, and it takes forever to take down major bosses? Are you stacking your combo points correctly? Like, are you actually trying to get the max combo points? Also, how many combo points do you have? Having a non-25 to Balt's Will doesn't really tell me much. Like, what's your max resource? Like, those kind of things. And it's important that you do try to proc the 22. And combination dagger is also very important. You have that. You didn't mention that. Without combination dagger, is going to be really weak. I think this is what we're going to do for now. Can that clear hell ties in lower dungeons fast enough using only rapid fire? You mean like the build itself, or just only casting rapid fire? The problem with rapid fire right now is that the content is not hard enough to properly get the most benefit out of rapid fire. You have it in your chest, you put it down. No, Calstax. See, that's the problem, Calstax. Yeah. So if you're looking at the guide, talking to the person on YouTube, if you're looking at the guide, you have to follow the items in the build. Combination is extreme. I mean, combination is a absolute necessity. You can't like not use that. A shear is nowhere near the power of combination dagger. It doesn't even matter if it's a poor or terrible combination dagger. It can be the worst one you've ever found, and it's still considerably better than any dagger you can have or sword you can have right now, because you cannot proc your multiple combo points without that dagger, and without that dagger, your damage falls off completely. Gotta do it, man. The moment you put that dagger on and then you follow the rotations in the guide, you will see a massive difference. How you tell when you have more 20 combo points? The way that you do that is you don't like try to look. Sometimes you have to kind of just attack enough. Like, I don't. You said nobody plays hardcore. Could be several reasons. I don't play hardcore because my connection sucks. So for me, it's not much of a choice. My connection is just not reliable. I don't feel like making new rogues because my ISP decides to want to restart at random times, or just drop me at random times. But yes, rapid fire can clear, like full clear, pretty well. The problem with rapid fire right now is that the content is just not hard enough for it. It feels really weird not having rapid. Oh, no streamers, you mean? I got you. I mean, the two biggest streamers right now in D4, both play hardcore. So when they're on, you get like a daily dose of them every day. Legit every day. Yeah. I actually don't like running without rapid. I was afraid of that too. And it could just be the attack speed difference. From not having on the glove. That also could be a reason. So I think I might need to change my vampiric powers. I get that. What I was referring to is in the middle of a fight when you shoot your core accuracy, those 3 little shields are yellow. That doesn't necessarily mean 20 combo points, right? Yeah. So with Ravenous, you have such high attack speed that I kind of make sure to attack maybe 4 or 5 times just in case. And depending on how many enemies I hit with puncture, I'm pretty much knowing that I got the proc, because you got like a 30% chance, right? So like if you attack pretty fast 4 to 5 times or whatnot, you're most likely going to get the proc more often than not, way more often than not. So that's what I do, and it's important that's the case. And it's something that I sometimes like when I watch people play, like let's say pin shot rapid fire with like wind force, and they don't attack enough with their basic attack. It's like the wind force becomes practically useless at that point. So does the combination dagger and the whole effect thing, like all that just becomes useless. It's like, there's no point in running that if you're not going to try to proc the whatchamacallit. So you have to suit your basic attack a bit more than you would like. What about the helm? Will Guy Slayer helm work? What about the rings? Follow count stacks. Do you have the are you following the Maxroll guide for rapid fire? I'm only asking because you're asking questions that are legit there in the guide. I would not recommend God Slayer helm. You can do it, but I think it's a really glassy option. And rings, of course, would be the stats that are listed in the stats section. And conceited doesn't really help you if you don't have like temerity or anything. Yeah, I would try to just kind of go for what you see on the guide on the Maxroll guides. All right, so can I get away with Moonrise and Ravenous? Because I don't have whatchamacallit rapid. I don't want to give up Elements. Elements is so good when used correctly. Oof. I don't know how to do it. And I don't have enough whatchamacallits to run Moonrise with this. Do I want to change up all this just to try it? I don't know. I have the packs to do it. That's the thing. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, okay. I was trying to follow your Uzi rapid fire build as close as possible. Yeah, but make sure you try to get the aspects as much as you can. If you branch off and try different aspects that are not part of the build or not even like sub parts, like on the Maxroll guide we have like the aspects, and then we have like a list of like other aspects you can use until you get the other aspects. So if you're not using any of those, then the build's not going to be as effective, if that makes sense. So like stuff like Icy Alchemist or like some other utility aspects that are not listed in the build is probably not going to be helpful for the build. But if you got like 922 weapons or 925, like stuff like that, then you've definitely been farming. So you definitely have stuff. It's just a matter of making sure you have the correct stuff at that point. While no disobedience aspect on pin rapid fire build, it seems way too squishy. You don't need it. Like without the uber uniques, keyword, without the uber uniques, you can reach armor cap. Like once you have 13.3 armor, having more armor doesn't do anything for you. And like open world content, you don't even need more than 10k armor. So, which is easy to reach. So if you look at the planner itself, literally legit, it gives you, and in the description, like the notes at the very, very bottom, I specifically wrote, redesign the Paragon board and whatever to make sure you still hit armor cap without disobedience. So having more armor past the cap will not make you tankier. So the only time you put disobedience in is if or when you find a Shaco. at that point you don't have a choice because you don't have the armor percent on your helm anymore. But it's not squish. You don't get more protection running disobedience if you're already at armor cap. I'm conflicted about this, guys. I don't know what to do with my vampiric powers. And I don't want to give up elements. I really don't. I really do not. Doombringer's nice. But I don't want to give up elements. My hardcore, no. You have a choice to not wear the Shaco. Yeah. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. You know how hard I worked to get the Shaco? But I can do I can do Moonrise though, but I have to like I could remove a Cursed Touch and Prayer in the week and then go exploit on my Paragon board. So that's an option. I don't like that option, but it's an option. Can I explain how elements work? I am unsure about the mechanics behind it. Have you ever played Diablo 3, Lino, by chance, or nah? Is Prayer of the Week useless for Rogue? There's some bugs with Prayer of the Week on a week, depending on the class and the order of which you slot these vampiric powers and other factors that we haven't all figured out on Maxroll yet. We've been talking about it internally on like how to test what the problems are, because for some classes it works, some classes it doesn't, some classes you have and certain builds you have to place it in, you know, Pray the Week first in your vampiric powers and then the others, and then it works. There's some there's a lot of jank behind it. The one thing that the reason why I keep it though is not because of the damage, but because of the basically perma vulnerable, which is kind of nice to have. But yeah, can removing Undying help? You have heal from Doombringer. I'm not that close. Wait a minute. Well, it's a 5% chance though to heal 1587. That's really not a lot. I don't know if I want to give up Undying for that. Nope, Diablo 4 is the first one. Okay, gotcha. All right, so basically you have the elements rotate around you. So like you have 7 seconds of power to 3 different elements, and it rotates every 7 seconds. So for 7 seconds on the rogue, you have, you know, poison, shadow, and cold for 7 seconds. It gives you that damage boost for those elements for 7 seconds. And then it rotates out to physical, lightning, and fire. And then when it's on physical, lightning, and fire, since rogue doesn't have lightning or fire, you know, then that cycle of 7 seconds becomes kind of useless unless you're shooting without an imbuement during that cycle. So it's not completely useless off cycle if you're not using an imbuement, but it's really good burst damage when you're on the cycle. It does take, it is a little harder to use because you have to kind of like, you know, if you want to like play around it to make sure you maximize that damage, which is very nice, but it can be kind of hectic to kind of keep up with. But generally speaking, I like it a lot, which is why I don't want to get rid of it. But I'm thinking I might have to, and I'm sad. I don't want to do it, so we're gonna try to figure out a way around it. I'm gonna keep Ravenous, Undying, of course. These two. Actually, before we do that, the easier method might be just to remove a Cursed Touch and pray. Resilience. It's hectic. This is a way to try it without like going all in on it. But it means I have to change my Paragon board a little bit. So we have control here. Only other option would be to remove Canny. Canny's really the only one. Or Marksman. Actually, Marksman actually might be the easiest. Not Marksman, sorry. Ranger might be the easiest. Technically speaking, I don't really get that damage reduction anyway most of the time. And I go from dexterity to strength, but whatever. Well, this is for science. All right, we have to remove all this stuff. And right now, I just want to get to 25, but just for testing purposes. Let's get 25 strength. 22. 29. Good. All right, we can legit leave everything else alone. I don't really care about the rest. Yeah, it's fine. All right. That was kind of quick to somewhat figure out. Using puncture anyway. Well, it's really not about the puncture though. Puncture is just one target. You know what I'm saying? Like, rapid fire doesn't struggle on one target. Rapid fire doesn't really struggle on multiple targets that much either with 28 combo points or with 28 arrows. But the thing about it is that, like, I'm gonna make sure that the other things that I'm not hitting are vulnerable, not the target that I am hitting. Because the target I am hitting is never gonna last long enough for me to care whether it's vulnerable or not. Which is why, like, puncture doesn't, like, having vulnerable with puncture doesn't really matter as much. It's the other targets that I care about. So exploit helps, but it's like only 3 seconds. So it's basically kill whatever I can in 3 seconds, and then hope my vulnerable doesn't run out for the other targets. Which I guess for the current content is fine, but obviously I do want to think about Abattoir Azir, where that 3 seconds isn't going to be long enough. So you're basically a professional rogue player, right? I hate the term professional. You can say expert rogue player, I guess. Professional, just like, I guess because I used to be a professional esports gamer, I use that term a little bit different. I don't think there's any professional. There's really no such thing as a professional Diablo player, but they are experts in the field or class or whatnot, the game. As in, like, you know your shit type thing, but. Okay, I guess I can do this as long as I don't lose my Moonrise in between packs, because it's gonna feel really weird if I do. Because I have to shoot a lot to make sure I prop my combo points. That's the thing. And Rapid did such a good job at that at the start of fights. Yeah, that's why the quotes. Yeah, I get that. I guess I've seen people say it before in chat, and I just wanted to kind of clarify at least my position on it. You won't lose it between packs. this way I do get more defense too from resilience too. So this is a win of a situation. The only issue I have right now is just I don't really get you know what? Let's not do this. Let's do some nightmare dungeons. Duration of vulnerable effects reduced by 6. That's not good. That's even worse. Let's do Vault of Forsaken, sure. Just find your rapid fire in game. Road build Maxroll, the one where you have Cole and Shadow Beam. Is that your favorite road build? Rapid fire is currently right now, yeah. Look at all those eggs and shards she's selling. I usually don't trade or anything like that. I mean, I can sell them. At this point, I don't really have any use for Uriel because I have the Doombringer and Shaco now. But, I mean, I can sell. But it felt a little awkward though because a lot of those, or a number of those masks were like gifted to me by people on the stream. So a part of me kind of just wants to hold on to them. Oh.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Kind of really missing Rapid right now. Still, even with Moonrise.
I'm not ready yet. Need more time. I need more time.
What did I get my first Doombringer or Shaco? I got Shaco first. It took 400 runs to get before I got the Shaco. After that, it took probably 70 or 80 runs before I got the Doombringer after that. 3P, what's going on, man?
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Poland, you're off EU. What's going on? What that hurt? Almost hurt.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, Doombringer's EHP is nuts. Actually, I don't even know if it's just that or the fact that I also got the Shaco and of course +4 to Dark Shroud. It's also like good defense, so. The lessons.
I'm not ready yet.
Uh-oh. Is that lag? I legit couldn't move for a bit.
Need more time. Need more time. I'm not ready.
One gold per egg. Sorry, I'm just not seeing that. I was a pretty nice tipper, you know. I gave two gold to Riptide, 100% tip on the previous 1 gold I gave last time. And Terminator is a joke.
I'm not ready. Need more time.
Defend the ritual. Apparently I did not do that.
Need more time. I'm not ready.
What's the official name for Shaco? It's actually really pronounced Shaco. It's just in the D2 communities. It's always just been called Shaco. I mean, it's really a Harlequin crest helm. It's like the official name. I gotta get used to this though. I kind of like what I'm doing here, but at the same time, it's like there's still something about rapid that I really like, and I might actually give up the elements for it, and I'm gonna feel real bad about it because I really like the elements. There's a skill like part of being able to use elements well, and that's kind of why I like it. It reminds me of Conviction of Elements in D3. So it's kind of like, I don't want to get rid of it, but
Need more time.
that should have been a 2-tap. I messed up the rotation like on the second hit. So my bad. Got any useful tips that aren't common knowledge? Actually, White Dragon, sorry, just now seeing that too as well. I had to kind of scroll up. My chat's going a little faster than I'm used to. Can you be more specific? Like, you mean like on the rogue or just like in the game itself? like rogue, combo points. I definitely have. I definitely can say a lot that I see players maybe not utilizing as much as they could.
What's still got some good in it? What's left, you ask?
Yeah, let's try this again. Same setup. We'll keep the setup. We'll just do a different dungeon. Rapid fire on my Flare rapid fire build does not go as hard. I need to reevaluate. Rapid fire isn't supposed to. That's the thing. Rapid fire is literally just to pick off, you know, targets from a distance and or boss battles for the most part, kind of thing. Flurry is still the main thing that you build around in that build. But make sure that you proctor, you know, your combo points with the boss will for your rapid fire Flurry, so therefore your rapid fire can hit decently. Yeah, I think I just have to play a little bit differently. I gotta get adjusted to not having rapid, so that might just have to change my playstyle just a little bit. Maybe I'm just stubborn and I just like the way I was doing it before. Whoa, what just happened? Oh, he turned invisible and hit me with that poison. That damage over time. Did not see that. Is that mother? Appreciate the follow. Pulling his family. Yeah, he did it again. That's what it was. I was like, wait a minute. Be aggressive. Keep going. That's bad. I messed up my rotation. Too much sorcerer playing. It's kind of like after playing Sork, even though like Frozen North was actually not that easy to play, it is kind of interesting to see how much more on your game you got to be when you play Rogue versus playing a different class. Like the difference between doing a proper rotation and not doing a proper rotation is like it's like a big difference in your damage, especially this patch with the Ultra Boss World thing. What was going on? It is nice seeing my rapid fire like crit per arrow on a shadow imbued shot for 4.4 million per arrow. But On the right cycle, that is. Oh god. That blister almost blew up my face.
I need more time. I'm not ready.
But yeah, Broiler, what you been up to? Have you moved in yet, or have you finished your move and stuff yet? That was you, right? Like you were moving.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready.
Okay, so I think I figured out the formula here for this setup, or this set of vampire powers, and how I have to do it at the start of the fights. I can't go ham immediately. I have to wait until I you know, get more procs of Moonrise and stuff and Ravenous before I can before I go ham on my attacks. Which is fine, because I do have to spend time lining them up anyways for rapid fire. So I guess it's really not a bad thing that I'm doing that. It will help with better positioning, or practice better positioning. So I guess there is merit to that. But he almost got one tap. Bad rotation. Bad rotation again. I messed up like 3 times. It's been more effective than TB, I think. No need melee range mobs. I wouldn't say that. Honestly, no. Just when things can die in one hit versus being poisoned. Because poison is damage over time, right? So if they die initially versus taking time to die, you know, then something that can kill like immediately is going to be faster in general per se. But when there's content that's where there's more health involved, you know, obviously poison TB does a lot better when things last longer. Just right now on the current content, it's really not hard. Compared to the amount of power we can gain right now. So it's usually better to just one-shot them than to kill them over time. For now. It'll be different in Avatar Zero, of course, obviously, but however, rapid fire is also kind of being held back too, because stuff doesn't last long enough. The arrows don't ricochet enough. So my AoE is suffering because mobs aren't living long enough for the ricochet to actually happen. So I have to line things up right now to get, like, you know, to get good clears. In Avatar Zero, when there's more health, ironically enough, rapid fire's AoE is going to be better because mobs are going to live long enough for the ricochet to actually happen, which is going to give it better AoE. So it's actually kind of funny how that's going to work later on. Hope they add new skills to D4 because we don't really have many choices. They probably really will during, like, you know, for like expansions and stuff. I can see them doing that. They won't do it like, you know, as seasonal content, but they'll probably do it per expansion. We'll get either like a new skill and like maybe a new set of passives and maybe a new like key passive or something like that. I could see that being the case. Coming back to D4 since the beginning of season 1, what's the go-to range build right now? I'd say either pin shot rapid fire or rapid fire. Barrage is good too. It's just Barrage. But Barrage just doesn't take advantage of the bug nearly as well as Rapid Fire does. That's the only difference, really. But as a skill itself, it's still a good skill. You will magic. Is that clapping it up? Looks like, yeah. I mean, Rapid Fire is very good. Clears really well. Just as long as you understand its weaknesses and, you know, line things up, then you're fine. Been playing Barb only and went back to your sword. And almost lost it 3 times just playing dumb. Like like a tank still, yeah. Dark side's true one. Yeah, but this Doombringer's like EHP and stuff like that is actually really, really nice. I do feel the difference. Ooh, did not see that. I think I might actually wear the other glove though. The one that actually have attack speed on it. Maybe that might be the little bit of edge where I'm just like, okay, this is good. Also, I'm pretty sure I had a better combination dagger than that, right? We got the switch out. And Flurry. That dot damage. Oh, that was good. That was a good shot. Is that the one cause there? I'll keep going. See what's down here.
Need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Oof. That was a bad. That was a bad shadow step. I wonder if they would change how you can farm Ubers at all. I don't know if I can do the Durio grind every single season. That's a good question. I don't know. The Durio grind kind of kept people playing for a while though. To get that very rare chance of items or whatever. But I think the Ubers being rare as it is going to always have a necessity for stuff like that. As mundane as the runs are, I think the fact that the bosses are so easy and there's no challenge to them kind of makes it, over time doing it for a while, like, a little annoying. Like, so like, let's say if they made the bosses like considerably harder, but up the drop chance a little bit to kind of compensate as well, would make that feel a little bit better. In general, I guess, but then you kind of get the average player from like being able to farm, that content. So there's pros and cons to any solution. Yeah, I mean, I don't look forward to farming Durio every season though. Like, to me, like that's not really fun. So I can absolutely understand that. Getting close to being able to one tab actually is actually kind of nice. Closer than I was before I had the Shaco. Any idea where I can get the melted heart as Selig Durium? We're just talking about Durio. Armada, what's going on? Left 15 seconds before a boss is too fast. I kept this playing, but I know a lot of us players have them, and they want to do do they want to do the runs again? No. Nah. I mean, I wouldn't call them super game changing items. Most of them are like kind of like stat sticks. I'm gonna say stack sticks, but they're just better than what we can get. Like, I wouldn't call Shaco a necessity. It's a very nice to have. Like it just overall makes your character better overall, but it's not like a massive difference between having it and not having it. But there is a difference. But you don't just become, like your character doesn't just become useless because you don't have it per se, right? Similarly with the Doombringer, I guess. It's definitely more EHP. You can get that elsewhere. You don't necessarily have to have a Doombringer for that. But the Doombringer is kind of nice for that particular purpose because it makes it easier to get that EHP. Stuff like Sailing for Immortal builds or whatever like that. If you want to do an Immortal build, yeah, that becomes a requirement if that's what you're seeking, right? But outside of that, actually, why do I have all this stuff in this stash? So let's put that in there. What was I going to change? Oh yeah. Daggers. Normally I would just say this because it has 40%. But since my attack speed, my basic skill attack speed is kind of hurting a little bit, I might actually take the 2% dip just for the 6% basic attack. Sounds weird to like want to possibly make that choice, but honestly, only you can say, Biota. Have one today said yes on this level 100, then says let me restart game, comes back as a 63 and wants to sit at the door. I mean, I have my own opinions, like just personal opinions about like how do I say this without like it sounding like bad or wrong, because it's really not bad or wrong. I typically like to see people accomplish or achieve. I'm a teacher in real life, so I like to help people reach their goals versus reaching it for them. That's just the nature of like what I do for a living, right? You know, it's sitting at a door on your 63 character or whatnot. It's the equivalent of like literally doing the work for you, or just passing you without like teaching you or helping you, kind of thing, right? But at the same time, it's also a game, and it's like people people play it for different reasons, and most people may not really. Some people may not care about the gratification of being able to do the said content. They just want the reward behind it, right? So you can't fault them for that. You know, like they just like, you know, screw the challenge, screw the, you know, like the achievement feeling. I just want the set item, or I just want the levels, etc. Right? And can't, you know, there's no fault for that. However, I do again, as a, you know, the teacher in me, totally like just kind of feels, it does feel very hollow and can be annoying in the context that you put it, Ruckus. So I could see it both ways. Generally speaking, I prefer to help the individual be able to achieve whatever it is, but I can understand those who just don't care about that. It's like, nah, I don't care. It's just give me the thing. Just give me the thing. and then I'll be on my way.
Well, let's have a look.
But it's I think a perfect example of what I just said is like Lilith carries. Right? Lilith carries were very popular, you know, back in like preseason, you know, back when she was like hard, and even season 1 to a certain extent. I could never see myself wanting to get a Lilith carry, considering that that was really the only hard content in the game at the time, last season per se. If you try to do it ethically or whatever, but some people just want the mount, want the title, and it's like screw the challenge, right? And you know, who's to say that that's wrong way to look at it? But I can understand it feeling kind of cheap. At the end of the day, it's just like, all right, well. The only time where that kind of gets to me, like the only time where I'm like, you can't, you know, like people can't talk about like content in the game is if you're getting carried, or you're wanting to get carried through content that you weren't able to do your own at the time, then I think it kind of limits your ability to kind of talk about the in-game content, or there not being enough in-game content. Like if you're getting carried through Lilith, and then you say, like let's say in preseason or season 1, you're getting carried through Lilith, and then you said there's nothing challenging in the game, or there's nothing to do in the game, then it's like your opinion holds a lot less weight. You see what I'm saying? Because it's like you didn't do the content. It's hard for you to kind of have like a valid opinion on the subject. Biota, if we can chill it just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah. That's what take everyone says nothing to do, but they're getting boosted in the characters and get carried through in-game content they have grinded to beat. Yeah, and that's kind of and that's where I'm like, you know, that's where I have like, you know, I become opinionated then, because it's like, you know, at that point it's just like, sure, you can play the game however you want, but let's not talk about what the game has and doesn't have when you don't feel like actually playing the game, right? Like, at that point, I don't think you really get to talk about the subject and then the manner that you're wanting to if you're not gonna actually play the game.
I'm not ready yet.
This feels a lot better, by the way. Having attack speed on the glove and also a little bit more on my combination dagger, even though I'm like 2%, you know, worse, I guess, in the DPS department. It makes a big difference in how smooth this feels without losing my aspect of elements, which is important to me. It's important to me. You have a build command, exclamation mark build. Yeah, it's like a variation of the same build, but it's technically the same thing in terms of how I'm playing. Larry Bear, what's going on, man? You said how the build feel with Doom? Definitely more take it than I'm used to. I'm taking more risk, and I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Generally speaking, like when I know I can't take a hit or whatever, roughly, like I play better. But when I know I can like sit there and like take a couple of hits, I tend to play worse. Like I play more careless. So I gotta kind of like get used to playing with the Doombringer, if that makes sense. Like play as careful as I did before, but just know I have some headroom that I didn't have before. Sorry, pin shot leveling build, is it still good, or a twisting blaze is what everyone uses to level? The game is actually, like, leveling is a very easy process right now, and like this season, you can't really go wrong with literally leveling with any build right now. As long as you throw Hemomancy on, I mean, you can make any leveling build like really strong. So honestly, just pick whatever you find the most fun. Gargoyle. I didn't. I'm missing a keeper somewhere. Would you say it would be easier for hardcore or hardcore? Yeah, because you have 2 lives technically. But it also means you need to stock up on, you know, whatchamacallit. So grinding now to make sure that you have extra, you know, you have an easier time is the play for hardcore. If you're using the Tire Washer's loot, which aspect do you equip another rain? Depends on the build. Usually the ring is, you know, it's going to be a resource spot. So as long as you can kind of keep up your resources while equipping the ring, then you're fine. So you'll keep the better resource aspect on the other ring, generally speaking. What game were you pro in before? StarCraft 2. I had some like semi-pro stints in like Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne, and Smash Ultimate. I wouldn't even call myself a semi-pro on Smash Ultimate. I was a PGR player locally, but I don't think that's enough to classify as a semi-pro. Because I didn't really go into like any national tournaments or anything. But yeah, StarCraft 2 was when I had when I actually hit like, you know, made it in esports, I guess you could say. And that's a really tough game to keep up with and be good at. I missed some stuff. Sorry. My solo player outside of during events, everything's earned and it feels good to achieve goals. Ask Macro about Doombringer and being on Bonespeaker. He says it's not ideal, however, it's great for survivability. Possibly maybe the play for Abattoir. That's kind of, so the thing about the Doombringer for actually I will almost say for a chunk of builds, honestly, is that there is a trade-off. Just like the Shaco, there's a trade-off. Like, it's not necessarily you slot it and it's like, you know, everything is considerably better, right? There is a trade-off for it. Like Shaco, obviously you're missing the armor percent. So if you were able to cap your armor without disobedience on most builds and you have unique pants on or whatever like that, like missing that armor is a lot. It's rough. Kind of is. So it means you have to kind of like run disobedience in places where you may not have before. So you have to lose an aspect to be able to keep the Shaco. So like overall, it's usually worth it, but there is a sacrifice. Same thing with Doombringer. Like Doombringer is a hell of a lot of EHP, but you're sacrificing probably an offensive aspect to do it. So you're damage goes down, but your toughness goes up, as well as some other stats that you may have needed for, I don't know, some synergy stuff. So there is, you know, there's thoughts there, you know. So like right now, I'm just assuming that I'm gonna wear the Doombringer for Avatar Azir, but if it turns out that toughness isn't really much of an issue, hypothetically, if it turns out that toughness is not much of an issue, I might actually drop the Doombringer. But initially, I'm gonna go in it with the Doombringer because I'm just going to assume that things are just gonna hit a lot harder than I expect. But again, I don't know. But that's what I love about it, though. Like, I really like that aspect about it because it's not an automatic best choice without thought, right? It's a really good choice, but it's not like you either have it or you can't do so and so. So as long as it's stuff like that, I find that's that pretty good balance of some of those uber uniques. I think I missed another comment. Mickey GTV. I don't know if you're still there or not. Actually, a while back, he just said that. Oh, no, yeah, there it is. Yeah. So, do I think the game in the current state caters to casual or to players like you? Definitely casuals. Definitely. Like right now, definitely casuals. 100% casuals. And that's actually a good thing. It shouldn't. I think this season right now, considering that Blizzard is trying to make a comeback, I think the game catering to casuals is a really good business move because Blizzard has been, you know, or there's been a lot of like negativity surrounding season 1. So really trying to bring people back to the game was the goal, and get them to want to play more was the goal. So the best way to do that is to make things easier, make leveling easier, make, you know, farming, you know, for uniques and uber uniques easier, making you know, easier way to be able to get gold, you know, like making it easier to kill Lilith for the title and the mount. Like they made her super easy. It was all to kind of really bring the casuals back in to the fray, and that does not obviously benefit like the grinder or whatever like that. But what it does do, it brings people back to the game, and that's, from, like I said, business decision that makes complete sense. Like it does. I think Abattoir Azir is the content that it's like, okay, we did a lot for like the casual player base, let's give the grinders something to do, and that's Abattoir Azir. So, but there will be complaints about it being too hard in the higher levels naturally, or like maybe your more casual players, because then they're gonna feel like they're being gated out of the content, and they're not per se. You might be gated out of the higher levels for sure because you may not have played enough to get the unique lift higher enough to be able to do the higher levels, and that's just natural. But that's not meant for you. It's meant for the people who are, you know, playing a lot. Like that was kind of the point. But yeah. But yeah, there will be complaints as to like Bayota cannot what's up. Kill 'em all. I'm gonna message you real quick on Discord if you don't mind. Did I go to MLG StarCraft events? Yeah. I wasn't like, so, well, I'm gonna say events. I went to one. I was only like a professional for like 5 months, so like not definitely not enough to like be a mainstay by any means. But I quickly, like once I quickly realized that this was not going to be a long-term thing, I kind of like backed out of it. Keep getting Renegade retreats, man. But I'll put it to you this way, Ruckus. I had a shoutcasted match from Tastosis, which is, you know, Artosis and Tasteless, obviously, for those who've been there. And I played against TL Bomber, which at the time was the third best Terran player in the world. And he was Korean, obviously. And it wasn't even close. I got 3-0'd, like it was like nobody's bit. Like it wouldn't, like, dude. And the thing about it is that I prepared for that. Like I knew I wasn't gonna win. I knew I wasn't gonna win. I know I had like -5% chance of winning, but I at least wanted to make it look somewhat competitive, like a little bit, just enough to where it looks like, hey, he tried, you know, kind of thing. Nah, dude. This like he basically just tried new strats on me. So like what I was prepared for, he didn't do on any of the maps at all whatsoever. He could have just worker rushed me and won all 3 games. Like that's a skill gap between me and TL Bomber at the time. I mean, obviously, you know, for those who don't know, obviously, like StarCraft is considered, it's basically a sport in Korea. It's like the American football of Korea. No joke. So, but yeah, it wasn't even close, man. Thanks, Kalamo. Yeah, it wasn't even close. And I think at that point I realized that just, you know, like I appreciate, you know, what Razor was doing and what, you know, EG was doing, and the fact that I was a decent practice partner for, you know, the people in the organizations, like even like including like Idra. I was a ZVZ practice partner for a little bit behind, you know, but there was just no way that I can be of any value to the team or merit or anything going forward. Like sometimes you just have to know. You have to know that this ain't it, right? And so like that's actually when I got out of it, and I started. And Diablo 3 was getting ready to come out, and people were just like, "Oh, bro, you should play Diablo 3." Diablo 3. And I think I was just done being competitive. Like I didn't really want to play like any game that was gonna soak up a lot of my time, where I had to like keep up with the scene or whatever. And so D3 was like that escape. It was kind of like that casual-ish type, you know, just kill stuff and get stronger type thing, you know. And that's how I got hooked with Diablo 3, and I guess here I am now. But yeah, I would never go back to that scene. I mean, obviously I'm 30. Yeah, I wouldn't even be able to be even like a fourth of my former self in that game, or games like that. But yeah, I don't want to get caught in that loop again. So once I was done with StarCraft 2, I was done. I have not played a single like ranked match since I left. And I refuse to, because if I find out that like I'm even like, you know, semi decent still and relative to what I think is decent, then I'm gonna get sucked back into it, and that's dangerous. I don't want to do that. I'm purposely trying not to do that. However, the new game from, was it Frost Giant or whatever like that? I kind of want to try, but I'm scared to try it because I know it's gonna happen if I like it, and that may not be good for Diablo 4 for me. So. Do you dip your toes in D2R? I did play D2R for the first time. Like I haven't played D2 in the past, so D3 was like my first Diablo game, and I remember streaming D2R for the first time, the alpha, or whatever. I don't know how I got chosen to be in the alpha, considering I didn't play D2 beforehand. But it was funny streaming it because people were legit, and like I told him, I'm like, you know, complete noob playing D2, whatever like that, you know, backseating Welcome, right? And I remember spending so much time in options trying to figure out the settings and stuff, because people are just like, no, you need to do this, and you know, hotkey your stuff to this because you're gonna need to switch this. And so I spent about a whole hour like even just configuring how to, like, you know, work the interface, right? Because I had no idea what I was doing. And after that, I was in Act 1. I did play normal or whatever like that, and I ended up dying somewhere, and I get res back in town, and I was very confused because all of my gear was gone. And I'm like, wait, what happened to my character? I'm thinking something got bugged or whatever. And people were just like, you know, you have to go get your gear. I'm like, what do you mean get your gear? I had it. Why wouldn't I have it anymore? It doesn't make any sense to me, right? And of course, if you haven't played the game before, it obviously doesn't make any sense. It's like, no, you have to go get your gear off your body. I'm like, what are you talking about? My body's right here. I'm looking at my body on the screen. Makes zero sense to me. Like, no, you have to go to where you died and go get your gear off your dead body. And I'm like, okay. Weird to me, obviously, but okay, sure, you know. So I tried to go retrieve my gear. Little did I know that where I died at was like, had like 15 monsters or 15, you know, 15 enemies around it. So I kept dying, trying to get my gear off the previous dead body. So apparently I have multiple dead bodies in the area, and people were just absolutely just like losing it. It was so funny to them. And I had a blast. Like, I didn't take offense to it by any means. I thought it was kind of funny myself. But yeah, it was an experience to, you know, to understand like concepts like that obviously in modern action RPGs don't exist anymore. But yeah, it was a learning experience. The stamina thing too, which I actually kind of enjoyed the whole stamina thing. I know some people didn't like it or don't like it. I actually thought it was fine. But yeah. Anyhow, I did have fun playing it. Obviously, it's not something I'd play like, you know, in terms of like game rotations that I do play. But it was fun while I was trying it, and I can understand the nostalgia and why people like the game from, you know, just from the little bit that I did play. But I also understand that, like, you know, if you didn't play it back then, it's going to be very difficult to understand the nostalgia and why you would want to play it long term. Because obviously just the quality of life stuff just isn't there. Which, of course, if you play back then in the day, you don't care about because you know that already and you've already worked around it. Whereas someone new like me have no idea how to work around any of that, and it would be much more of an inconvenience than a fun time in general. But the same thing could be said about, like, let's say, like, you know, StarCraft Brood War, right? You know, like, and that's considered the better game over StarCraft 2. But the amount of like ridiculous bugs and interface issues that you face with Brood War would turn any new player off from playing Brood War. You know, they'd be like, which makes sense. You know, half the battle is being good with the interface, the user interface, right? Man, this poison is ridiculous. You can walk to a block and go upstairs into a computer LAN and rent an hour, and there's 30 top internet. The TV. Yeah, in Korea, yeah. Absolutely. But I have a lot of respect for those players. StarCraft is a hella hard game to be good at. But, you know, I do take things that I did in that game and other games that I might have been somewhat competitive into Diablo games, even though Diablo's skill cap is much lower than, let's say, any of the games I played before. There are things that you can kind of like take, that you can learn from other games and like apply it to current games that obviously are not nearly as difficult or as strenuous. I guess that's also why I kind of like playing the rogue a lot, or a class that requires a lot of buttons, because I'm used to pushing so many buttons all the time. So my hands need to be busy when I'm playing a build. Otherwise, I won't be as good at it. And of course, if you watch StarCraft players, their hands are always busy, even at the beginning of the game when they're just literally just spamming a button or spamming whatever, like the waypoint or whatever like that. Or spamming your mineral line or like that. It's just to keep your hands busy, to keep your hands warm, so you can continue to hold that APM the entire time, if that makes sense. So that's kind of how I feel. Like I still feel that way now. So like my hands have to always be busy. So there are just certain builds I just can't play, because legit I will fall asleep. I will fall asleep if I'm not constantly pushing something. Speaking of news, D4 paying COD content creators on YouTube to make D4 ass shorts. It's just fake. Really? I didn't know that was a thing. That's kind of awkward. Things humans do. What's up, man? Ironically, he's a regular and says that on a regular, or says stuff like that on a regular, which is why I don't respond. He'll be back for another couple of years saying the same things. So he's a huge supporter of the stream. So welcome back. Am I streaming on YouTube too? I am. I might not have the chat up for whatever strange reason. There it is. Yeah, I gotta get like the chat minimizes every now and then when I when I alt tab and I do something else, then the chat minimizes on YouTube, and I forget that it does. So getting used to dual streaming is actually quite difficult. Yeah, so one of them was ad about season 2 and happening because the game is getting better. It's kind of interesting that type of advertisement is something that they would, well, continue to try to do. I mean, let it speak for itself. People are saying already that the game is in a much better state than what it was before, so just let it be. You don't have to force it. People know, and people have made videos about it, so. Am I going straight rapid fire for AoZ? Yes. On YouTube, yeah. Yep, definitely. I'm still gonna do Shadow Cold until I hit a wall. And I might actually do all 3 imbuements. It just depends. We'll see. We'll see if poison becomes necessary, but oof. I got CC twice. I think we took 5. You said, oh no, I think we took 5 seconds to kill the world boss. How inefficient. Biota. The Elisa shield. Yeah, the suppressor ones, yeah. Appreciate the follow. The biggest issue I have with suppressor, honestly, is when it's like a suppressor, like when there's multiple of them, where like the counterplay to suppressor doesn't work because the other suppressor overlaps the original suppressor, and so like your game plan gets ruined because you have to try to figure out how to deal with the other suppressor inside the suppressor, and it's just like it just doesn't make any sense why it works that way. Overlapping suppressor give your boss work a lot of hard time. Yeah, I mean the thing about it is that like I think everything in the like all ethics should have some sort of counterplay to it. Like I don't mind them being hard or annoying, but there like as long as there's counterplay where it's like, okay, I just need to do said thing better or approach this differently, and then I can do the said thing. But when there's no counterplay or the counterplay is countered by the same thing, overlapping, then you no longer have, you know, it where it's like, oh well, it's just skill at that point that can override it, or you know, better play. At that point, it's just you can't do anything. You know, you have to wait until they don't overlap or hope that they don't overlap, and it just becomes, you know, something that you just avoid. After a certain point, you're just like, screw it. If I don't have to kill you, I'm not. Or just hope that your build is just OP enough to where you don't care about it. Right? So, be interesting to see how that kind of works in Abattoir's year, because obviously that's going to be a... I'm pretty sure they're going to be in there, so dealing with them is going to be very interesting. I almost never get the second round of combo points for some strange reason. Warlock, what's going on? It's been a minute since I've seen you. Find a better use 4 attacks instead of 3. Yeah, and sometimes I do. Like sometimes I do, but I think I have less attack speed than I usually do, which is why like I guess my muscle memory is like timing. Like my muscle memory is time right now, where I would usually get like maybe 5 attacks in the time frame that I would get like 3, maybe 4. So I have to kind of just wait a little longer, like a slightly longer to get more attacks in. Especially since I have to gather stacks now with Moonrise. I kind of like did something a little bit different than I normally would, just to kind of get rid of the rapid aspect, because now I have the Doombringer. So it's like I didn't want to give up elements, although that would be the thing to do, probably elements or or Edge Master, and I didn't want to give up either or, honestly. So yeah, I had to find ways around not using rapid, and because of that, now like my how I approach it is like a little different. I even took a 38% dagger instead of a 40% dagger just because the basic attack speed was high. was like a bit higher, just to have more attack speed. But yeah. Oh, that is right. Yeah, that's also very, very true. That is very true. I totally forgot about that. What am I testing tonight? I'm just farming for Sigil Powders, but in a pretty inefficient way. I'm just doing T100s. I could do them faster on, like, let's say Barrage on like T80s, where I just speed run the content or whatever without trying. But I do want some challenge. A little, just a little, I guess. So I guess at best you can just say I'm just casually playing with my new Doombringer and Shaco, because I haven't played Rapid Fire with Shaco and Doombringer yet until today, or Shaco at all when I got it last week. Yeah, even with 6 shots, I didn't get the proc. Whoever came up with the name Edge Master was either very naive or hilariously perverse. Fair point, for sure. Good Griffey, what's going on? Yeah, 250 runs in. No Ubers have dropped. You just gotta keep going. It sucks, it really does. Shaco dropped at roughly 400 runs. And then Doombringer was like 70 runs after that. But yeah, the Shaco was the biggest dry spell for sure for me. What bow am I using? Just a regular two-handed crossbow. Nice. Am I ready for Zier? I guess as ready as I can be, I guess. Like, it's truly impossible to be like prepared for Zier. We don't know. That there are a lot of unknowns. I mean, the only thing you can do is just make sure that your build does well in T100. That's kind of really the only thing that you can really truly do. No, but actual preparation is like, how we play the content is probably going to be different than how we do, obviously T100s or anything else we've done so far. So no one's truly prepared. I'd love to see that, Zoria. Just because I like seeing things that are way different than how we generally do most builds. Like it's gonna be D3 rifts, like yeah. So greater rifts is kind of like the term people have been throwing around in terms of what is the closest thing to. And if that's the case, then just like Diablo 3, the way that we farm in Diablo 3 and the way that we play Greater Rifts are two different beasts, right? So that's why I'm saying like it's kind of hard to prepare for something like Greater Rifts in D4 when there's nothing that emulates that type of feeling per se, right? I mean, we can, min-max your characters, sure. But I think strategy and fishing is probably gonna play a bigger role than most may think. What are you saying about Biota? I spilled the beans on Poison Shred Druid. You said spill the beans? What do you mean? I think Poison Shred Druid, in terms of its power, has always kind of been known. I wouldn't say always been known, but has been that's been a thing for a while. There's just no reason to build that right now, because the content it just doesn't warrant that type of power. As well as building into it, it just isn't. Well, yeah. Like for instance, for example, when it comes to D3 Greater Rifts, pylons became like the thing. There'll be a time frame where like you can't clear unless you get like a conduit and like a 5 elite kill or something like that. I'm afraid we might be going back to a similar thing if they're speaking about Greater Rifts being a thing and the health pools being extremely high to where you want a conduit to spawn because conduit is percent based damage. And I don't want to go down to like, did you get an artillery shrine towards the boss fight or whatever to kill him? Like, if it still be faster to kill him in time. Like that type of stuff in D3, I did not like. You did it because you didn't have a choice, but it's. I don't want to see that back in D4. Scythe, what's going on? How's the games been? Fun. Is that Moonrise? Snows? Appreciate the follow. Yeah, I don't like building up that speed with Moonrise for the boss battle. It just feels really awkward. Like this feels kind of slow. Try throwing in a Taspi elixir. I mean, yeah, I could, but I guess I just didn't really want to like rely on it, I guess. But I mean, yeah, that would help. I can craft those too, right? I can craft the Taspi elixirs. Zario, sure. I didn't even see the invite. Did you invite? Yeah, so Boiler, yeah. Broly confirmed. Okay. I'll fail party invite. Let me leave the game, come back in. Yeah. So yeah, I had the right assessment. It's just poison shred. It just isn't really necessary right now. But yeah, it's been something that's been known by druids for some time. The masses may not like have known it, you know, until like, you know, a much bigger name talks about it. But yeah, it's been a thing for a bit. Map farming such a grind. It is. D3.5. Yeah. So like I'm kind of like just hoping that it doesn't come down to, you know, fishing, getting the right pylons. Did you get a conduit? If so, you're gonna clear the higher tiers or whatever, or clear them earlier.
You can't be serious, Tomiris. Morgan's folly is lost in miles. Going back is... This isn't like before. This isn't for the fort, for Akarat. Surely you understand.
Cephix, appreciate the follow. Remember, Shred used to do really big numbers at random. That's because it used to pass through damage calculations a third time with the Stormclaw aspect. Yeah. New rule, no shrine runs. Yeah. Berserk, what's going on? How you doing? Damage rapid fire on tier 100. I have combination tier boss will and don't do as much as you. It's cold and being better for bosses. I mean, bosses don't last enough. That doesn't last long enough for you to really care about which imbuement you use. People always talk about using poison imbuement for rapid fire for like bosses and whatnot, but I'm like, usually you should kill them in 2 rotations anyway without the poison. Like with poison, it'll still take two rotations. Without poison, it'll take 2 rotations, and it doesn't do much for you inside the like actual like dungeon stuff. At least from right now, it doesn't. Content's not hard enough for you to care. But yeah, I mean, I guess the damage I'm doing, I guess is just, I have a pretty mostly min-maxed character. Are you inside the dungeon, Zarya? I guess pour it in. But yeah, just make sure that you proc your to boss well and you're fine. Not to boss well. Proc your maximum combo points and you're fine. The number one thing I see rogue players in general, when it comes to combo points right now, is just not using the basic attack enough. You know, they'll try to get like, you know, they'll try to shoot one time and then, you know, hope it procs and then shoot a core skill, and the chances are is like you only have a 30% chance for it to proc. So if you shoot one time and you get unlucky, not only did you not get the maximum combo points, but now your damage is pitiful because you only got 1 combo point and less arrows and stuff like that. It's a massive difference. So you have to actually shoot enough enough basic attacks. But I've seen even like good players like not shoot enough combo points in general for the proc. So rare. I have no idea how you do so much damage. Rapid fire, I've never seen rapid fire rogue bear T100. There's probably not a lot of rapid fire rogues in general, so I guess I can understand that. But yeah, I mean it's rapid fire is probably one of rogue's strongest builds right now, in my opinion. Currently, obviously like behind, you know, TB. But yeah, you can check out that link with to the rapid fire build, and there's a video on it too as well, so you can kind of look at it that way in case you don't want to read through the guide's context. I couldn't shadow step in time like I wanted to. Wow, the big lag spike. Mother's Embraces drop. I've gotten like 3 or 4 of these that actually have dropped. Like that just dropped like randomly. Thanks, Killer Mom. Pizza, you said new rule, no shrine runs. I think it's gonna be good for content. I think, Pizza, because I think if some things can be kind of cheesy or whatever like that, I think having like personalized rules, I guess, to kind of make content feel a little more genuine, I guess, in some cases, will start cropping up, and that'll be kind of good for content creators. It gives you something else more to do. It's like, you know, here's a run without using conduit, or here's a run with no shrines at all. Here's a run without without a bugged build or a bugged, without Toboss Will or something. That kind of like offers endless amounts of like, content per se for the rest of the season, that is. You like Torment Ruins? Let's see Moxie's test on Prayer of the Week. Apparently the 16% damage buff is broken. Yes, it is and it isn't at the same time. There's a lot of things going on with that. It's not universal. Like, Moxie isn't wrong. But for like, let's say Necros, it actually works with most of their skills. But on Druid and the things that Moxie tests for Druid, it did not work. So yeah, there's more going on there than meets the eye, and we've been kind of talking about it quite a bit internally in Maxroll to try to like figure it out, like for all classes and what's going on. the pin shot is. You said it's such a shitty skill for end game. I mean, pin shot's a bit inconsistent. I don't think it's a bad skill, but I feel like its conditions are pretty inconsistent. So it's either phenomenal or it's pretty awful depending on the situation. You have to kind of make the situations be good with pin shot. But in terms of like doing no damage, I kind of have to disagree with that portion though. I will say that when I play pin shot rapid fire, or the setup I use, you know, I was relative to the rest of Rogue. We're not talking about Ball Lightning or Barb if that's what you're trying to compare it to, but relative to the rest of the Rogue builds, I mean, I was oftentimes creating in the double-digit millions, so like 10 mil, 12 mil, you know, 16 mil range when I shot my pin shots, which is usually one-shotting anything in T100. So for the current content, that's more than enough. Pin shots guard versus elite must use RF. Well, if you crit for 14 mil, the elite is pretty much gonna die. In the T100, most elites don't have that, you know, that kind of health. So, I mean, you crit for 2 mil max, then something is definitely wrong with your setup. I can help you, you know, if you want to, you know, try to see pinpoint and like see what's happening with what you're doing. But I don't disagree with like the sentiment of there are times where pin shot sometimes just feels, you know, can feel a bit like why. Like, why am I doing this in certain scenarios? But you do have to line things up though. Like, it's just the nature of pin shot, which can be, some people may not like that, but it is kind of is what it is. You need a new main for AoZ. I mean, you could do Rogue and AoZ. I don't see an issue there, unless you just want to do it easier. If that's the case, play Barb or Ball Lightning. Yeah, no one will fault you there. Huge puncture plus damage. This is fun though. You think Rogue is gonna be the worst in AoZ, and without that bug to boss setup, they'd be lucky to get through T100. I don't think Rogue would be. I wouldn't put Rogue. I put Rogue in the middle of the road for AoZ. I don't think they'll. I have a hard time seeing them being the worst. Certainly, they're not going to be a Ball Lightning or a well, Hoda Bar by any means. I would actually put them in front of Necro. Druid just depends on how high you get that unique glyph with Poison Shred and things. Rogue defenses are too bad. I mean, Rogue is more. I still don't see that, honestly. I mean, Rogue has always been a pretty high skill class. Generally speaking, the better you play, the better your Rogue is going to be. Rogues has usually the ability to be able to get in and out of situations pretty convincingly. Oh, Zarya, one sec. So it's like, at that point, it's going to be, you staying alive is going to be more of a ability thing, then can you actually survive? I don't think rogues would be in a situation where they, you know, no matter the player, they can't survive. That I don't see that. It will be a little interesting though, because I mean, we do to proc close quarters combat, we do have to be a bit aggressive, and that can be pretty interesting. Because we have to be very careful with how we be aggressive with that. But I think getting, you know, once you kind of get used to knowing how to dash or how to shadow step or whatnot, especially if you're playing like a range core skill or like that, I think it'd be fine. But it won't be easy. I'll put it that way. Playing rogue and AoZ won't be easy. That I absolutely agree with. But I would definitely not agree with rogues being bad for AoZ. That's a big cap. All right, I'm back. Rogue is hard to main, yes, but in AoZ, if you're a guy, it's not gonna be viable. Alright. Yeah, that's a big cap, bro. That's a big cap. Current defenses are not good enough for the new content. Also, I think that's a big cap. But I mean, if you do really feel that way, I mean, you know, obviously you can just roll a different class, right? You know, if you, rogues are not going to be easy to play. So if you want a considerably easier route, you know, play Bard. Roll a Horda Bard, shout, hit right click, you know. I got you. Or I think I do. Really shade. I'm coming. This poison, man, or this, what is it? The additional fire damage. What build am I running? Rapid fire. Rogue's damage kind of depends on your APM, unlike other classes. That's actually very true. Rogue's rotational stuff is complex compared to most classes. So if you have all the gear but you're not getting the DPS that you should be getting, that other people that you see are getting, it is definitely like an issue with your rotations and how you're proccing your damage buffs, which isn't easy. It's definitely not easy. So I'm not kind of coming here and say, you know, get good. You know, it's not an easy thing to do. But it doesn't mean the class can't do it. Now we can debate whether or not it should require that kind of work for Rogue to be able to do damage. That's a different topic, right? We can all be like, well, that's a lot of work for Rogues to still be behind Sword and Barbs, right? And that's true. That's a very true statement. Oh god. That was a terrible shadow step. But yeah. How do I think monsters damage scaling is going to be in AoZ? I think the health is going to scale a lot higher than the damage will. I just fail AoZ, I know, right? That was a terrible shadow step. Is X-Falls good for TB Rogue? Poison TB Rogue, yeah. Most FLH would be more of a DPS check. Most classes can already die relatively easy in the T100 unless you're playing some type of invisibility setup. I mean, how much higher can they push monster damage before you just get one shot by everything? Yeah. All right, Zarya, appreciate you, man. We should do more of those. Oh, and I sent that video over, by the way, so they saw the video. Yeah, man, keep churning out the good info. But yeah, Moonzuck. So yeah, I do think that, yeah, the health, the HP is going to scale a lot higher. And the reason why I think the HP is going to scale much higher than the amount of damage they're going to do is because, generally speaking, if you can't, like, killing them, if it takes you longer to kill them, sorry, let me rephrase this. You're going to be in more danger the longer it takes to kill them. So you're going to already be taking more damage, even if they don't increase the damage, if they only increase the health. You see what I'm saying? So there's going to be, so the HP threshold is going to increase exponentially higher per tier of Abattoir Azir than the amount of incoming damage is going to. That's how we did it that's how it was done in Diablo 3, and it makes sense that way. Because of course, again, if it takes longer for you to kill something, you're already in more danger anyways, because you have to fight them longer. You now have to fight these affixes you normally just didn't have to fight before because you were used to one-shot it, but now you have to, fight them for like 7 to 8 seconds, and now you're in a lot more danger. So then they're not going to just ramp up the incoming damage that high, because they know that. Like they're well aware of that. But they will slap you with a bunch of it. With a bunch of spongy like HP that you're gonna have to chew through, which is gonna be like the test at that point. How are you gonna chew through the HP in a strategic manner to beat whatever it is in the time limit that you have? That's the thing, and that's kind of what Diablo 3's Greater Rift was at the end of the day. That's what people are making that comparison. Best build to follow for TB Rogue. Maxroll has a good guide. There are others out there that have really good TB Rogues too. Lucky Luciano's is always a very good TB Poison Rogue. It's like if you want to do like pure TB Poison, I would follow Lucky Luciano's build. If you want to kind of hybrid, or do like you don't want to spec totally into poison, but you want to do other stuff too, I will follow the Maxroll one. So it's kind of up to you. And I know like I'm legit advertising like someone else's build. from who works for a different site, but I mean, I'm gonna be honest, and reality is reality here. How do people get so much gold? Usually selling items on the market, as well as like probably selling runs, like during your runs, stuff like that. How much is a lot? 340 mil. I'm always like re-rolling stuff, so I always have my goal is always, you know, kind of in a rough position. I kind of want to do what I want to do. Let's see. Good thing about being sick as a dog. You said stay home all day and work on the next, and then went from 1 to 88 in like 2 days. Oh yeah, that whatchamacallit is done now, right? Yeah, so no more mass XP. 35% XP is gone. Well, at least I got my wizard at 100 though. That was really good. Kind of want to do the. Yeah, I guess we'll do this. We'll just say I got like a ton of aspect of elements, and I can always just get some more. So I'll be giving up the elements, which I don't want to do, but that speed though. Also, Woody is invested on poison pin shot rapid fire for AoZ right now. I think. Is that what he said he was gonna do? Like, is he gonna do that? Probably over his physical variant. I know he made a poison variant, you know, for fun, but I didn't know he was gonna main that for AoZ. I will say this though. I think it'll be kind of interesting to kind of see the like poison variants right now, because do we know for sure or for certain that the unique glyph is gonna buff the poison damage, the poison imbue? Like, do we know if that's gonna be the case? I mean, we're assuming that it will, but do we actually know? Have I tried going Aura rapid fire plus plane shot? Yeah. I wrote an entire guide on it on Maxroll. But yeah. You have a question about it, or my Why did I do that? I literally walked right into the explosion. Such a bad move. But what up, Young? Young Hundred? If I was sipping NyQuil during the day this weekend, I probably could have hit 100. Wondering if I'll put Pinch Shot back for Avatar Azure. Probably not. I plan on taking this setup into Avatar Azure first. I actually think Rapid Fire has enough AoE capabilities to do just fine in Avatar Azure. Because right now, Rapid Fire is kind of being held back by the content being too easy. Like, stuff dies too quickly before the ricochet even happen, and it still clears pretty okay. So like, the more HP the mobs have, the better the repeating aspect becomes for Rapid Fire. So I actually think Rapid Fire's AoE capabilities is going to be better in Avatar Azure than it is even now in the T100s. How much longer am I streaming? Probably a couple more hours. But yeah, I could do Pin Shot. I just prefer doing like one core builds. And it's just a preference, really. So the only thing I don't like when I do rapid fire on like in content is champion mobs. If I can't get to the champion mob or like that, it becomes kind of tough to deal with. And Pin Shot will always be considerably better for that because you just hit it, you'll hit the champion mob every time you shoot. Whereas rapid fire, you have to kind of like, you know, find a positioning to actually directly hit it, and that can be really annoying in some cases. But usually it's not anything that skill can't really, you know, take care of, but it is annoying. And sometimes you just rather be like, I'm just gonna shoot into this big pack of stuff and not care about the champion or the damage resistance mob. Barrage kind of suffers from the same thing too with that. You just plan on use pinch shot rapid fire too, just because you got the perfect roll. The gloves yesterday, nice. I guess we'll just go straight to the end. Kind of do like rapid though. I do miss having that aspect of elements though. I'm not gonna lie. But see something. I wonder if you know what I could do. Given the fact that I have so many arrows, I wonder if just putting 1 point. Find that 1 point somewhere. Oh, I don't know why I have 3 points in the sturdy, right? Oh, because I was playing Flurry last, that's right. If this becomes really good, because I can freeze with cold, I can stun with shadow. See you, Biota. Let's do it. We're gonna put 3 points into that. That can probably sound really weird, but I want to see how effective it ends up being. That might be my way of being able to kind of make up for not having elements. For, do I think rapid fire is just as good as twisting blades? In most situations, yes. In some situations, I think it's better, and in some situations, I think it's worse. It's I think it's just dependent. Like right now, where things don't, like things kind of just fall over with a really good build. You don't necessarily need the poison damage now because the content isn't hard enough for that. Now when it comes to like Abattoir of Zir, different story, right? I think TB Poison Rose will do a lot better there than they do in the current content. In the current, and they still do really well in the current content, but they're gonna scale really well when things have more health, because you know poison is always kind of based on, you know, killing them over time. So, but if you have a build that can one-shot them, and killing them over time doesn't necessarily make much sense, right? In the overall grand scheme of things. But it doesn't mean that the build isn't strong. It's just that, like, if I can shoot you in the head and you're dead instantly versus poisoning you with, you know, with something in your body, it'll be faster with the gun than poisoning you. You see what I'm saying? And generalistic cases or whatever. But like I said, that's not the case for everything in the game. So that's why I say the longer the fights, the better TB Poison Rogue is going to be, generally speaking. Because right now we just don't have hard enough content to really, you know, make TV Poison Rogues really shine. We actually don't have hard enough content to make really Rapid Fire shine, believe it or not. Because I can't really get the I can't get the ricochets to really happen because stuff is dying too quickly. So my AoE is actually kind of affected. Is it a seasons gem? Am I hardcore? No. I don't have a reliable connection, and I don't have a reliable enough connection to where I'd want to play hardcore. Oh, you were in New Zealand. What's that, man? I have quite a few people that hang out here that are from New Zealand. Cell Kittens primarily. Zeal Kiwi, I think he's from New Zealand, I think, yeah. Is pure rapid fire better than rapid fire pin shot? I think they pretty much accomplished the same thing, really. If you're shooting in a straight line, which is what you want to do with pin shot anyways, you can kind of do the same thing with pure rapid fire and just make rapid fire itself stronger to still kind of clear. Now, pin shot will obviously still do better with clearing in general, but I don't think rapid fire's clearing potential is bad enough to not warrant just using just rapid fire. Which is why you see me do rapid fire by itself more often than pin shot rapid fire. But you can do either or like real, you know works. Things are so spread out though. Has the entry regime. Yeah, well, yeah, pin shot definitely has way more interesting variants for sure. In the pin shot rapid fire guide, I have the wind force there because with pin shots like you hit, wind force actually becomes best in slot, which is interesting because you're able to make a weapon that's generally trash into something that's actually good for one season only, of course, because of the bug. So I think that's kind of cool. Like, that's really, really cool. But I do plan on taking this also into Abattoir Azir, like pure rapid fire. I do think when things have more health, rapid fire actually becomes a little better because then you can actually ricochet properly. So that's gonna be kind of cool. You say you guess this pinch is best in slot if you're not running corruption. What do you mean? Or what is best in slot if you're not running corruption? Yeah, what sounds do I like? I've really been asked that question actually. That's a generic question, right? Like just in general. The unique bow is gonna play pure poison. Oh boy, if you're playing pure poison, then yes, corruption is an absolute must. So you have to find somewhere to put corruption in there. I'm sure Woody Joe has a planner for that, and I would assume he's doing corruption in that planner. Almost don't even know. You know what I don't like though? Like anytime you do like a nightmare dungeon, like at the end they shove gear into your inventory. I wish they just drop on the ground, like instead of just shoving them into your inventory, because like I don't want to pick up anything, really. Other than maybe legendaries, just to have something to extract. But most of the time I don't want to pick up any of the gear. So like it being shoved into my inventory, like sacred items being shoved in my inventory. The fact that sacred items you're even getting them as a reward at the end of the dungeon just seems really odd to me, awkward. I'd rather just pick them up from the ground.
Fine indeed.
Pressure. Duck soaked. I guess I did Bless Upgrade. Sure, why not? Once they give you a unique that allows you to triple MB on any core skill. Like just like at the same time, like all at the same time. We had a heart that kind of did that somewhat. Like it can proc all three imbuements kind of thing. I had a chance to proc three imbuements. I wish we would have been able to keep that heart instead of getting the trickery ring that we got. Should have gotten the Vow ring instead, or the Vow power. This is Zap. Oh god, that was a bad shadow step. I didn't think. The moment I shadow stepped away, that appeared way on the other side. I knew I was dead.
Wouldn't have made it without you. Bless you.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Bless you.
So I bro last night with your early game build, which I know it was gonna be so fun. Got it to 55 before the XP cut off today. Nice. I still like Barrage a lot. The only gripe I have at Barrage right now is the fact that it doesn't like abuse the bug as well as some of the other skills, just because the outside arrows keep shooting in a really wide arc for the additional arrows, and it's like for Abattoir Zero, I think that'll be fine, kind of, because you can kind of finagle enemies to get hit by the outside arrows. But like for speed content, it's like stuff is usually dead before the outside arrows do anything. That continues to fire. That's the only gripe I have. But other than that, though, like it's a strong build. Got a question. I was looking at the get Doom bring it at night for pin shot. Rapid fires are worth including in the build and swapping out. When forced to have Edge Master still, there should be a unique Uber Uniques variant on the Maxroll guide that also includes the Wind Forest. I think Edge Master is still part of the build on that. Yeah, I would always say that the Doombringer will more than not always be worth it for most players, just because it's just more survivability. So it's just gonna make it easier to survive for everyone. Still enjoying Barrage? Nice. Grandmaster fun. Let me check something. Guess my other HP boost was big. We're running out of slots while these unite. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it means that all these other kind of like pretty cool aspects don't get any play because, of course, the uniques, right? So. You wish shots about iframe. Me too. Me too. I've died in like the middle of a shadow step before, which I thought was really weird. Running sword for Azir, but I'm wondering if I should switch to like a one-hander like the builds call for, so to keep your Maxroll two-hand with perfect ball lightning aspect. I don't know. I guess it just depends on how valuable do you think the additional cooldown and lucky hit chance is for your ball lightning build. I'm guessing that is why. That is the one hand focus is preferred. I'm not sure. I haven't played ball lightning, but I would assume that's the reason why. I prefer two-handers actually. When I was playing my Frozen North build, I was really liking the two-hander. Like the two-handers was like hitting like real hard. I mean, it was slaying, and I was really liking it. Your boss and your Blizzard sword staffs. So you like your weapon slot. Very smooth, high damage is a bit slower. Then you also do have the attack speed stuff too. That's another thing. Almost forgot about that for ball lightning sword, but I mean it's just generally usually don't like this dungeon, but we'll do it. Yeah, the Doombringer is nice. I'm on the fence on whether or not I'm gonna Bringer, to be honest with you. It really just depends on like the damage scaling of Avatar Azir. If I feel like I'm not in as much danger and I can survive without the Doombringer, then I'll definitely throw in a two-hander and then put the two-hander. Sorry, I'll just throw in the sword and throw back in the aspect of elements. Super, what's going on? How you doing? I'm considering switching from Poison Leaf TB to Pinch Shot Rapid Fire. Rabator Azir. Got most of the gear, just dropped except for Doombringer Shaco. We do have an optimized planner for that. You mean like without the Shaco and Doombringer? Because like the build on the website right now has a setup literally for both, for the Uber Uniques and without the Uber Uniques. The only thing I haven't done so far is just an Abattoir Azir variant on the Maxroll site, but there isn't much that's going to really change outside of Paragon board. Like what you're gonna slot is gonna be, you know, aspect wise and, you know, skills or whatever. It's gonna be practically the same. So aspects will all be practically the same for Abattoir Azir for Pinch Shot Rapid Fire. The only thing I think, yeah, Paragon. Okay, yeah. I mean yeah. Those are like AoZ variants that will be like there'll be a whole section on that on every single guide. So I will have that soon, as in like this week soon, for all the builds. Also, do I think the AoZ Paragons would be able to be the go-to now? ACVs will by AoZ instead of new glyph. I use Bane. Well, so what do you mean by Paragons? What do you mean? Like, you say AoZ's Paragons? AoZ Paragons? Sorry, I'm just making sure I understand the question. Oh, the Paragons. Well, yeah. I mean, you kind of have to because the unique glyphs changes how we do our Paragon boards. That's the only reason why we make Paragon board adjustments mainly is because of the new unique glyph. Like it requires so many points to make that to get the most out of it, and it's by far the best glyph. Period. So like. You have to build around that your Paragon board around that glyph. Like there is no other options. So for sure, yes. It you know, the AoZ that new Paragon board will be the board that you use for the rest of the time being. Yep. So you won't ever have to like change out your Paragon board again unless you know, doing a different build or something. Like you normally would for those case scenarios. I thought I hated this dungeon more than I do. I'm actually kind of okay with it. I'm running out of space? Really? Oh, this. Gonna start salvaging sigils. Just didn't get Shaco did bring a good job yet. You still got time, man. Trust me, I know the feeling. And it took me you know what? I'm not gonna waste that sigil powder. It took me over 400 runs before Shaco dropped. So I only found us one starless guys in the 400 runs, and then it took over 400 runs before the Shaco actually dropped. So I totally understand the feeling, man. The Doombringer dropped 70 runs after the 400 runs, so that was actually definitely more of a surprise there. But yeah, it took me forever before I got this before I got the Shaco. Like whispering. In this case, no. She's fine. Appreciate the follow. Spit Wars, Garners, no. Rins, no. It's fine. Work. Rins, no. Father's sake is fine. How about those? Buy this small, I don't care for that. Oh, the other ones are actually okay. How's the game nowadays? It's in a good spot. Definitely better than it was last season. So if you haven't played in a while, season 2 is a great time to jump in, especially in the recent, because new content is coming as well, like new in-game, like actually hard content. So there's that. We'll hit 450 tonight, regardless of outcomes. You've been going straight runs since you got this going. Is it fun to run as D3? I do like more aspects about this game than I do in D3. I still like D3. I actually think D3 is the game. I would prefer to play this over D3, but there are things in D3 that I prefer over Diablo 4, like Gritter Rifts. I find them more fun and interesting than Nightmare Dungeons, interestingly enough. They actually have a leaderboard, which kind of keeps you grinding for more stuff. It's actually a competitive aspect in the game. And I actually enjoy playing the Demon Hunter more. So, in terms of anything else, like everything else, I Robbery was up. What class is the Shaco for? For everybody. It is a universal item. You have perfect affixes on the helm, so you can use that, but it has a useful aspect on it. Yeah, I mean, a regular helm isn't bad. Like a Shaco isn't a requirement. Neither is Doombringer technically. They help. They certainly help. And it's better having them than not having them. You won't your build or character won't be scuffed if you don't have both of them. It's just you'll be less tough, I guess, is probably the thing. Your damage isn't going to skyrocket, but you'll have less EHP in general, less toughness in general without those items. So you'll have to just be more careful, I guess. It's probably the best way to like say it. In fact, I'm about to actually put something else other than the Doombringer here. We're going to go back to something else. Skills. I got some new weapons, don't I? Strike damage, core damage. I did pick up some new whatchamacallit. I know I did. It's vulnerable. I'm trying to get away from vulnerable, honestly. Let's try this. I do like the crit damage though, because it rolls high, and I practically always crit, so that's a stat line that's just like really good to have for this build. That's another one. Damage. I prefer crit damage over crit damage at this point. We'll try a couple of different ones, see which one actually rolls good. Damage to distance isn't for dex over core skill, but damage to distant enemies also not bad. We'll try a couple of these. Days, what's going on, man? Your dad there. All this time traveling in space, you finally found your way into the game. I was actually gonna wonder when people were gonna actually comment on the you know, slimmer setup, I guess, the full screen ish, whatever. I wanted to do something a little different. I honestly don't know how I really feel about it. I like my normal setup just because it's unique and it's like, you know, tailored to the stream itself. But also having the full screen on the game, I understand why that's appealing as well. I kept the moon in the top left though, so you know we may not be in space, but the moon indicates that it's always nighttime in the game. But yeah, I don't know how I really feel about this quite yet, but I haven't gotten any opinions or anything. No one's legit said anything about it yet. I'm actually very surprised. You're the first person that did, I think. Appreciate the follow. It's very clean. I tried to like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this versus the normal setup. I guess it's kind of where I'm at right now. crit damage. I actually kind of do want the crit damage. I can get that higher, a higher roll of that maybe. Starting to cost quite a bit. Oof. Do a couple of them. Someone asked about the moon too a while ago. Really? Who was it? Also, what do you think, Peacha? You haven't said anything yet. This versus the normal setup that I do. I'm also thinking about moving the chat. You see how the chat's like above my head, whatever. Thinking about moving the chat to like the bottom right, that little space in the bottom right corner, and just remove the Maxroll logo. Maybe put the Maxroll logo somewhere else. Because like I honestly don't like having a chat. I'm not the biggest fan. I'll put it this way. I'm gonna say I don't like it, but I'm not the biggest fan of the chat being like floating on top here. I feel like it kind of gets in the way. I think it's less in the way if it's to the right, like this way. Kind of, but I don't know. I saw the moon and thought, I hope it won't burn my whole screen. I never understood why the chat was on the screen. Tova, that's what's going on, man. So the chat on the screen has everything to do with people who like to watch the game in full screen, like full screen mode. It's very popular for mobile. Like people who like watch streams via mobile, like they have only a little bit of space. So generally speaking, I see a lot of people who watch streams on mobile like go full screen mode, and it's easier to kind of see what's going on in the chat if you're in full screen mode, if the chat's in the game itself. So like, yeah, so like that's the thing. But like if you do the normal mode, you have the sidebar, but then the actual stream is very small on a mobile device. See what I'm saying? But so that's why I kind of do the in-chat game usually. That was kind of feedback I kind of got early when I was like streaming or whatever. It's just that when I did my old setup, I had the chat on the side, not in the game itself, but on the side. I made room for the chat, so it's not in the game. And I think I liked how clean that looked for that reasoning. What should you gamble for rapid fire aspect? Gloves. Do you think the Malignant Ring for Rogue could potentially have a place in AoZ? Yeah, it could. The problem is that like you have all these uniques, right? See how we have all these uniques now? Like I have to remove stuff to add like Doombringer and then add, you know, the Shaco. It's like now I have to remove another thing for the unique ring. And you have to think to yourself, what could I remove now? Do I remove Expectant? Do I remove Edgemaster? Do I remove Rapid? You know, like it starts to become really difficult to justify what to keep and what to remove. So I'm not saying you can't use the ring. I'm just saying I think it's gonna be tough to justify. Shaco does replace Mice aspect though, so that's easy to swap. Well, it's more than that piece of time, because the problem with the Shaco is that it doesn't have armor percent or percent armor. That's the problem with the Shaco. So this means that if you wasn't running Disobedience, because you didn't need to run Disobedience before, because as long as you had a good armor roll here and a good armor roll here, you can legit get it in enough in Paragons to be capped. Right, so now with the Shaco, you lose that armor roll because you're running to boss and you kind of have to, right? Now you have to find enough armor, and the only real way to do that without losing too much damage, or the easiest way to do that, is to run Disobedience. So now you lose an aspect for that. You see what I'm saying? So now you lose a different aspect. So like for most builds, I would do like a powerful offensive aspect on the amulet just to, you know, have more damage. But now I have to fit the defensive aspect on the amulet because I'm missing, you know, a slot for disobedience. Or what I could do is I can just not run Umbrus. I can just run disobedience here and then put Dark Shroud on my bar. But that just seems very like not cool. But it does give me my amulet slot back. But then I'm missing Smoke Grenade. So now it's like, now, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's an option. But it's like, do I really want to do that type thing? So, like, yeah. Although I do think there could be some synergy with, because if I did run Dark Shroud on my bar instead of using Umbrus, you know, for the procs or whatever, there is synergy with the idea of being able to pull, like, you know, use a unique ring as well, and then I can just hit Dark Shroud, and then when I do that, I also cause, you know, the pull to happen. So there is some synergy there that can happen. That would be kind of nice. I'm not like 100% sold on, like, I should try that though. I really should try that this stream. I really should try running Dark Shroud on the bar, because it seems like it would make sense if I want to keep a powerful offensive aspect, like one that's gonna actually like just deal bonkers amount of damage, like having the aspect of elements or whatever like that, for instance, on the amulet, and then I can keep corruption on a sword or something, or I can keep the Doombringer and not worry about the you know, losing aspect of elements. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's interesting things I can do that way. Either pinch shot, take a back seat. Only pure rapid fire for AoZ. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I think pin shot is easier to deal with more situations. Oh, you gotta add? Okay, I'll give you a sec. By the way, what family member did you sell for that amulet? Oh man, let's see. Took about 3 cousins, a younger brother, and who else was? Oh, yeah, no, that's about it. 3 cousins and a younger brother, I think. It would have been more, but the exploit passive only got to 2 ranks instead of 3, so didn't need to, you know, sacrifice to grandma for that one. She's safe. Peaches says classic. Peaches like, now that you mentioned that, you also just noticed I'm on full screen. Wow, Peaches. Wow. And you've been here longer than like most. I think the other side looks cleaner, but I think a lot more would appreciate less clutter. Yes. He's a good deal. He's like good deal, nice. But yeah, but now that you mentioned it, he said, I don't know if you're, and it's nice for context in YouTube VODs. Yeah. Oh, the chat thing? Yeah, that's true. What's I ready to say? Oh, so we're gonna try something. But I do want to try that Dark Shroud idea, honestly. I think with Hectic, I think Dark Shroud could be, or using Dark Shroud could be as good as Umbrus, if not even better, because I can manually cast it when I need it. But it means that, you know, I give up a slot, so it's like, it's a hard bargain, but it might be, it could be worth. I don't know. I'm actually kind of excited now because like I didn't think about that like completely. Piece of time. Let me know when you're back, or if you hear this.
I can take common, turn it special.
Hover on my chest. I wish I had a better chest, but my other chests that I have right now don't really have the armor, total armor. It's like a low roll in total armor. So even though I have like a 925 chest I can use, the total armor roll is like too low. So it's kind of like eh. So it ends up not being a better chest because of it. For an example, the A64 one. See, it's here's a 925 one. You see how it's plus 58 or 58. Actually, you know what? Damage for ranged weapons. Never mind. I wouldn't be able to get damage reduction on this, so no, I kind of can't use it. So the armor value is great. Full resistance is fine. I need that because it's there, but I can't do damage reduction in I think what lightning resist is what I need. So I kind of can't use that chest. Let's actually just put that there. This one has damage reduction, lightning damage, poison damage. I could get rid of the thorns for armor, but the lightning resistance is so low. Jeez, such a low roll on that. Like for real. But this could be an upgrade of a chest if that lightning res wasn't so freaking low value. I mean, you're looking at getting what, like probably like 35 lightning res, something like that. Like I wouldn't be able to cap it that way. And then of course the poison resistance is also pretty low. So like, yeah, it's just getting the proper chest is hard. Sometimes, especially since you have to kind of like, make sure you look at your boots too while you're doing that for your resistances. Appreciate the follow. These total armor rolls are all right. So what was I doing? I got sidetracked. Sorry. Kill shot. Appreciate the follow. Playing Devil's Advocate, losing smoke utility is kind of huge.
What will it be?
It is, but I also do have Manglers, and I now have stun on my shadow imbuement.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
I actually put 3 ranks into this. Maybe I don't want to do that. You can get res from Paragon board, right? Yeah, you can, but like not enough to offset such a low roll. Like I have to like literally go find that res on a specific board that might not tailor to the build. So like I'm not gonna sit there and like change an entire board for to get shadow res somewhere, and the resist all nodes may not be enough to cover such a low roll on lightning res, if that makes sense. I'll give you an example. Actually, yeah, let's actually level this up real quick.
Need something forged?
Let me see where it stands, but like looking at it face value.
Not bad.
And also I have poison res. I'm not gonna change my boots because now I have no cold res. Changing the skull for a diamond gen would help. A diamond is like 5% though. But yeah, I mean right now having higher armor is definitely the more important going into Abattoir. But see, now I have to go and change my boots because I don't have the proper res, right? So I have to go in there, and I won't have the boost to do it. Or do I? Let's triple check. Shadow Cold. Actually, maybe. We got Lightning Poison, Shadow Cold. Okay, so we can roll Fire. If we can roll Fire, we might be able to make that work. Maybe. Let's go try it. You play solo or play in a party? I play mostly solo. Like 95% of my stuff is solo. I only play like groups if I'm doing like Duriel. All right, let's see. Dodge chance into fire resistance, right? Our movement speed is a little low though. That's gonna be a little rough, but that's okay. Well, sure we'll be fine. If this works, this would be a pretty nice upgrade for armor. If I can just get a good armor roll on the chest as well. Poison res. On fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. This game is just telling me no. Saf is about the. Okay, fire resist, good. Okay, we got fire. Is it normal for Barrage but to take ages for the boss? No. As long as you shotgun, you have to shotgun the boss though. So make sure you are uncomfortably close to the boss with Barrage. It's wrong one. Also wrong one. This one. Alright, so armor. You get a really high armor roll. Let's go. Come on. I'll do max life for now, but I need an armor roll. Jeez. %19.5%. That is on the unfortunate side. So this is actually less armor than I had before. But hold on, let's see something. Yes, 300 less armor. I need a better armor roll. But let's put the boots on. See what the armor looks like. Yeah, so I'm actually less armor than I had before. Let's keep trying. Actually, before we keep trying, let's see what the resistances look like. Alright. So, as I thought, my lightning res is a little rough. So, however, I could change out a skull for a lightning, res gem. But then right now I'm 200 armor. I'm 300 armor below 250 armor below where I was before. And then if I lose in the skull, that's 500 armor. That becomes a bit rough. So it's really not an upgrade over what I had before. Just put an orange gem. Yeah, but like it's not an upgrade. Like if I have less armor than I had before, then what's the point of switching to it? See what I'm saying? Like if I just put this back on and put this back on, Now I have more armor and I'm capped everywhere. So the only reason why I would have wanted to switch is if I would have gained more armor. The only way that this would be better is if I can roll that armor roll to like, yeah, like even if that armor roll did go to 29%, losing 250 from the ring won't make that up. Do we have the all-res notice in this key for this class? Yes. What up, Zeal? I've taken 2 so far. So it's like, the thing about it is that like this wouldn't be enough, like it wouldn't be an upgrade. Unfortunately. Like this would have been an upgrade had that lightning res been better, and then the armor roll max, then this would be an upgrade. Because if I had to change Paragon points around, then I'm obviously losing damage elsewhere. Granted, it is additive damage, so it's not like a terribly big deal, but you know, it wouldn't make sense to go backwards. But I will hold on to it just in case. But yeah, unfortunately, not an upgrade. That's okay though. I was willing to try.
All right, traveler.
Okay. Let's put that on this.
Until spring.
No, number bosses 50, 54 take more than 1 stagger phase. You're 98. So let's have every item, every stat. The build is kind of useless. No. I mean, there's a whole video guide on Barrage. I don't think I showed a boss killed on that, did I? No, I probably didn't show a boss killed on that. But no, it shouldn't take you no longer than about like, I mean, I'll put it this way, do you have a combination dagger in a Toboss Will? You do not have Toboss. Okay, but that's kind of a major thing. It's hard to compare. Like when you say druid carrying you, is the druid who's carrying you, is he like, does he have all the items he needs for his build? It's kind of an unfair, like if the druid pulverize, let's say, doesn't have an important item to make pulverize good, he's not going to be able to carry you either.
Unexpected.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So like so that you have to make sure that when you're comparing, you're comparing and, you know, someone who, like you having the items you kind of, you know, or the important items, and then he has already his important items, right? So it's going to be a big difference. Toboss Will is very important. Combination dagger with Toboss Will is extremely important. Even without Toboss Will, you shouldn't be struggling that much against the bosses. Just as long as you're on top of them, like you're literally on top of them. So therefore you're shotgunning. Using temerity. At this point, I wouldn't do temerity, honestly. I like temerity, but Toboss Will is basically required at this point, and they're not going to fix the bug. So it's like, and they're advertising for us to use the bug, so we're kind of stuck in that situation. Is it going to be my AoZ build? Yeah, most likely. But Toboss only drops from Dario, yeah.
I've many fine pieces, rare and beautiful.
But if your friend is pretty geared out, you can have him run you through some Dario runs. Shouldn't take anywhere between like maybe what 5 to 15 Dario runs before you get one pair to Boss Will. Maybe even less, just depending on if you get lucky. It's not a rare item on Dario though, so like, you know, you can have it in like 5 to 10 minutes and then be rolling. The kill bosses faster. I need to run a boss. Well, I don't know the rest of your setup though. Like, I'm just telling you that on like between 50 and 54, it shouldn't take you that long to kill a boss. So like, there's something else wrong, but generally speaking, you do want to also have to boss will to really max out your damage. Yeah, but like your friend had to kill Duriel to carry you to kill bosses for his pulverized setup. So apparently he has done Duriel. Tibalt will calm them with condemnation with aspects of elements and poison of you. What's up? Right now it's just that your friend is just seems to be definitely more geared to you. So that's or has his set up and you're still kind of working on yours. So there will be a big difference between the two. That's kind of the case for anything. You've never done Duriel? I mean, Duriel's easy. I mean, like, they're not hard. It's just you just do it. That's it. I was on Maxroll stream earlier, and it's like not all classes have a broken Prayer of the Weak vampire power. That is correct. So the video that Moxie made was from a jurist perspective, and I can understand why he, you know, like everything he said was correct. It's just the interactions on different classes with different skills is different for Prayer of the Weak. So on Druid, he's right, but it's very rare that something like that would only affect that one class, and that's it. When I take Doombringer off, testing. That's all. I have yet to run this build with the Shaco without Doombringer, so. Did you get your Doombringer by using your Rogue on Duriel? Yes. Only took 470 runs, but yes. Oops, that was a bad shadow step.
In the year of the light, 1318,
Notice you changed the layout of the stream. You can't see the chat anymore. You still should be able to see the chat on the screen. It's not as like, you know, isolated, but yeah. Is that a moon in the top left corner? Yes. I kind of wanted to sort of keep somewhat like doing it this way means that I lose a lot of the like uniqueness of the setup per se. You know, like it's not like as customized, I guess, but you do see a bit more of the game. So I figured I'd try something different, but I wanted to throw a moon up there because it's like, well, I stream at nighttime, so I kind of want to make sure people is like, hey, this is, you know, Still nighttime vibes, chill vibes. Oh, I survived a blood blister. Okay. I don't know about like this better than the other. I'm gonna look at the VOD after the stream is over, but I am curious to kind of get you guys' thoughts on what you think versus the original setup. So yeah, I haven't made like a final decision on what route I'm gonna go, but I do want to. I'm always trying different things. This seems clean. I don't disagree. I'm thinking about putting the chat in the bottom right instead of the top. We'll experiment with it after this this run. We'll move the chat. Which Nightmare Dungeon do I like this go around? Not many of them at all. I really hate this round of Nightmare Dungeons. I feel like it gets worse every season, in my opinion.
I need more time.
You don't have streamer luck. Red Tide, what's going on? Love go up for glyph XP and so for group XP. Some of those are okay. I like carrying fills. I like the outdoor dungeons, honestly. Like to me, when I think of dungeons, I know this is probably a really weird way to look at it, but when I think about dungeons, I don't think about like the efficiency of the dungeon. I just think about the layout and whether it's fun to actually play. like the mob types and stuff like that, which is usually not the way that you should really be looking at it, but that's how I do. 'Cause after a certain point, you know, once you have all the stuff, it doesn't the efficiency part doesn't matter anymore. At that point, it's more like, is it fun to actually do now? All right, guys. So let's check something out real quick. Okay, we're gonna try something. Appreciate the follow. We're gonna move the chat real quick. So let me move my OBS over real quick. So keep chatting, because the chat's gonna go away in like 30 seconds if you don't. All right, so if I was to move the chat like somewhere down here, might need to remove the Maxroll logo though, otherwise it's gonna get cluttered. Don't know where else to put it though. So I'm thinking if I move the chat down here and I make the chat wider. But let's say I have it here, right? And then I do, see, 600 width. Like, 7. Let's do a little more. Let's do 700. There we go. So it's like if it fits in this corner down a bit. Gonna block the inventory. I don't really think so per se. I mean, when I hover over an item, it's gonna look above up here, if that makes sense. So like, you're not gonna care what the item looks like in the inventory, but you will care about what the stats look like. So I'll give you an example. So if I have it like down here, you see how like the chat will be above, but when I hover over it, the chat's not in the way. I think the green screen should be a beach. You see what I'm saying? If I made room for a power, it'd be domination or whatever gives me damage for frozen. I actually just put that on my build, Riptide. I'm actually running that now. So you see how the chat doesn't get in the way of me hovering over an item? Like, you won't see the item in the inventory per se, but if I hover over it, the important part of the item, it doesn't get in the way. So I was thinking about just putting the chat down there because I don't like having the chat above me. I think it's cleaner when it's like at the bottom right where it's not in the way of anything, in my personal opinion. Can I change the chat color? Maybe? Hold on. The answer is yes, but I guess what I could probably change the way that chat looks. Hold on, let me figure out something. All right, let's try that. What is sigil? Oh, sigil powder. Powder, as in like the powder you get for salvaging a sigil. Wait, it says token mismatch. What? That's weird. Unless it's not gonna let me upgrade it. Oh, hold on. Let me try this again. Widgets. You haven't played D3. Said the chat being in the corner looks way better. Okay. Let's try boxed real quick though. Save settings. All right. All right. Chat now. Or if you guys can chat. All right. So now we have the box where there's like a little background for it, kind of. Hold on. Let me move it over somewhere. There's the poll for the chat box. Right, hold on. And I can make the chat a little like smaller, or at least the top part a little smaller, like the height of it, so it doesn't go as high. So I can go like this. I can change the height of it to like 300, for example, and then bring it down again. It just means that like the chat will kind of go fast. Smaller fonts maybe. Okay, good point. Let's see. Appreciate the follow. All right, let's bring it down here. Big font. All right, I got you. I got you. I'm feeling you. All right, let's try 28. See what that looks like. All right, say something. Cold Glue, appreciate the follow. I can make it smaller than that. And I can kind of like use something like this a little bit. Why the name's so small, I have no idea. That part I can't really control. How about the long message? All right, someone type a long message. Like, it's a massively long message. Okay, there we go. All right, so Riptide takes up the whole. All right, so one long message does show up as one big box, but it does override any other messages like below that. But it fits though, like it's like legit almost a perfect fit. But I don't know how to make, like, I can make the text smaller, but you kind of run into like you not being able to see the names at all. Period. Let's try one more thing. I'm gonna try to make I'm gonna make the text a bit smaller and see like what it actually looks like. Let's go to 22. All right, type. Oh, that is kind of small. But having the background actually makes the text easier to see. Like a little, like having a little background like that makes the text easier to see. But it is that is. Can I read it though? Well, I have a monitor to the left, so I'm never looking at the game, like inside the game. Lower the opacity of the boxes. I'm not sure if I can actually do that. I'm not sure if I actually have that option. Who reads the chat on screen? People who are on mobile. Like who might have full screen. That's why I have the chat on screen. It's mainly for like the people who are on mobile. All right, let's go to 26. So we'll go to 26 and then we'll up the box size a little bit. All right, let's do this again. And then let's do the box height to 350 instead of 300. So we'll have a little bit more let's put the box up a little bit. Just a little bit higher. There we go. The Twitch is such a customization. Oh no, this isn't Twitch. This is OBS. Twitch ain't offering nothing. What you guys are doing? This looks good. Okay. Let's see. One more thought.
Yo, Darkside.
Unholy
We
Raider
just
with
got
the
raided,
raid.
son. You know how we do.
Let's go to 400 real
Pay
quick.
respects to our fellow streamers, man. I'm gonna need the
I
chat
get
to
that?
throw up some die hype, die thug like the most, and drop my beat for these new viewers.
Get it.
Dashizi out.
What is up, man?
Ravnica raided my stream with
Ravnica.
42 viewers.
Much love. How are you doing? I want your opinion too, Rav, because you stream and stuff. So give me your opinion. I want your, complete honest opinion. You know what my old setup used to look like, right? This is me trying something a little new. I'm doing the full screen, but I'm trying to figure out whether I like the full screen better than the more like cropped version that I had that looks a little bit more personal. I did keep the moon on the top left, so I can kind of still keep the it's nighttime vibes or whatever. But I don't really know what else to add to the screen without cluttering it. That's the reason why I like the full screen. It gets really tough because it's like how do you customize it without cluttering it? See what I'm saying? I think the moon works. The moon works. I kind of want to put the Maxroll logo somewhere or put something somewhere else, but I can't think of any spots to put it that doesn't like, but I think this is good. I like where the chat is at now. I hated the chat being above me, like on the screen. I hated that. Maxroll to the left of me. We could try to do that. So yeah, if you have any opinions, Rav, absolutely let me know. Oh yeah, the cat. I respect your opinion though. Like you do this, right? You do this and you have a really nice looking setup. So I'm sure, and you've been around long enough to know, So like if you got any sort of like Let's see. All right, so here's a Maxroll logo right now. I was gonna try. I don't know if I can really put it anywhere. You know where I thought about having it? I thought about having it in the health globe, like shrinking it or whatever, and just having it in the health globe. Just for like LOLs, and then like change the opacity to like 10% or so. Like shrink it a little bit more. Change the opacity a little bit. It's gonna look weird when the game is not up though. Like when it's on like just chatting, or when the game is not up, it's gonna look really weird. Or like in between loading screens or whatever, it's gonna look weird. But like in the game, it actually looks okay. So like let's say I do hold on, let me change the opacity real quick. Let's go to 1. Yeah, so you see how I can have it like barely there, but it's there. And should I just keep it on one globe or should I do both globes? Or should I put the Maxroll logo on both globes? Both globes? What you guys think? Laduger, appreciate you, man. You have a good one. You said Maxroll on the cap. I wish I could. I wish I could. Probably won't show up as good on the other. I can just duplicate it. Hold on. Let me like the idea is I'm thinking like subtle, like making it subtle, where it's like you notice it if you look at it, but it doesn't like stand out, and like that's the only thing you see. Like the moon up there, like that's subtle. Like when you see it, you now know it's there, but you don't recognize it unless you like looked at it. You know what I mean? And I kind of like that. So let's paste. Okay, and then now we're gonna have another one in the globe itself. So I can do that without like interrupting the gameplay or the game. You'll see it when you're out of resources, yeah. See, you didn't know the moon. You didn't notice the moon at first, but now you can't unsee it, right? Put it in the moon. You know what? I'm not opposed to that. You didn't notice the moon either. Yeah, see, it's subtle. But now, like now that you notice it, you can't unsee it now. It's like it's there. It's like it's now part of the stream. It's like, oh, there's a moon in the top left. That's to kind of keep the nighttime vibes, quote unquote. It's hard, like I said, it's hard to customize something without cropping it, and I'm just having a hard time. Make the moon a little bigger and put it in. We can experiment with that. The moon should be bigger. I can actually make the moon. I can actually make the moon 3D, or like a video moon, where it like like shines and pulsates or whatever. I can do that too. Sorry, I kind of just turned the stream into a just chatting stream. Make Goku shoot. That's a, some people just put way too much on the screen. Yeah, and so like I'm trying to keep it minimalist. But what up, Chronics? Just chatting at the armory. All right. Let's do some moon options. Actually, let me show you what I've been like experimenting ish with. All right. So this is. Appreciate the follows, y'all. And more follows. Appreciate you. He's gonna moon us. Man. Trick or treat declarations. Oh, wait a minute. That's weird. Never mind. I don't know why that just happened. Ignore that. All right, let's. We're gonna add something real quick. So, there's 27. Let's do that. Trick or treat declarations. Kind of weird. All right, so we're gonna add a different moon. Because I can definitely make it more noticeable if I wanted to. I'm about to show you exactly what I mean by that. All right, let's save. See what that looks like. So you see how it has like a 3D effect now? It's got like a little aura around the moon. It'd be more like, it'll show a lot better if I'm like in a darker place, obviously, but you guys get the idea. There you go. Dye's always keeping me away. Yeah, it's glowing. Yeah, exactly. So I can do that versus the other moon, which was like, stagnant. Just keep me away from working. Yeah, this is totally top notch D4 content, right? Fake for it. Do the dance anyway. The glow is important. The glow is actually kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie. Just make the moon tick up the screen. But bigger is better. Yeah. All right. Well, we will, out of curiosity though, less glow makes the moon less visible. At the same time though, like it's like I want you to know the moon is there, but I don't want it to be the first thing you see whenever you actually look at the stream. But I think it's cool that it does glow. How do I? Okay, let's take let's take this. So if I was to do well, what up? Wait, actually, it should be. It's because it's the opacity is so low. That's why you can't see it. Hold on. Let's do. I want to make it blend. I'm gonna change the size of it in a second, but yeah, I'm just. How do I make it? Let's see, let's do 0.7. Let's make the moon bigger. See. All right. Now let's move this over. So that's a huge moon though. Something like what that will look like with with the Maxroll logo on the moon. Logo on the moon, ain't it? All right. It was a thought though. It was a decent try. Oh, the other logo changed too. Oh, because it's a duplicate. That's what it is. That's why. We'll put it back in the globe, and then we'll put back the original opacity, I guess. And then we'll put the moon back to its normal size. I think that'll be enough for now. All right, but appreciate you guys helping me out with this. This is I mean, obviously you guys view the stream, so it's like I want to make sure y'all enjoying the atmosphere and the vibes and all that stuff. So this is part of the atmosphere. All right. Let's see. It's such a sound stuff, but you know, no one in the chat. Yes, that's great. Bigger was better. You guys think the moon that was bigger was better? Should I make the moon bigger? I won't be able to adjust the glow, like the actual glow on it, other than like maybe like lower the the opacity of it, but that's about it. That's all I can really do. Make a chibi of the Maxroll icon with some raid shades. It's not a bad idea. Okay, cool. All right, we'll make the moon bigger. Let's make the moon bigger. All right, there you go. Just like a valid username. Yeah, that looks good. I think you'll change that to the sun if we're streaming in a day. I wish I could. I mean, I could find a sun if I wanted to, but yeah, it's. All right, now we can set the second cam up for the actual moon to flare glows for the season. Okay, well, yeah, this is cool. This is minimal. This is minimalist without getting in the way of the content, so that's cool. Well, I appreciate y'all though. This is good. We'll leave it like this for a bit. The only weird thing is gonna be with the like the Maxroll logos and like the health globe or whatever like that. As interesting of an idea that is, the moment that I'm in menus or whatever, it's gonna look hella weird. But I'm not in menus long, so I don't think it really matters that much. I can't even notice the Maxroll logos. They look cool. Yeah, so like it's supposed to be subtle enough to where it's like, oh, he's got the Maxroll logos in there. That's pretty cool. That's it. All right. We'll game now. Let's game. I know you guys are just like, all right, go kill something, go kill stuff. What have I put what where exactly? Dayla's got or Dayla, you got your Shaco? Nice, man. Put a baby's face on it, like the one in Teletubbies. Oh, you mean on the moon? I remember that. I thought that was like really cool. What if I put them in the center at the top or right next to the mini map? You mean like the Maxroll logo? Make it should put a Sharingan on the moon, basically. You're right about the Teletubbies. That was the sun. Yeah, it was the sun. That's true. All right. Make it the moon from Majora's Mask. All right. Well, I guess you guys get to kind of see how it looks like during gameplay. Y'all let me know. All right, we got. Eden's Keep, sure. I gotta play zoomed in too. That moon looks sick though. You see how like the Maxroll logos are like floating now because the whatchamacallit's right there. But that's fine. Oh god, this is gonna be rough. Oof. Still. Whoa. The amount of damage I was trying to push it through because I couldn't see the nice attack. Oh, that's rough. That was crazy. Alright. Let me play better. Alright. Oh. Can't see them. Oh, that hurt. Those night hits off the screen I can't see. I can't dodge the nice attacks. So if I get hit by one, I'm dead. I'm so dead. The amount of dot damage is gonna kill me. Let's see. Perhaps probably the worst mob type to fight outside of like course bows zoomed in. So this is probably a good redeem for challenge for sure. Like how do I cope like that? See, I can't see those attacks, and I can't hear it because they have no sound startup, so I don't even know that they're about to do it off screen. Where's he at? Where they at? Yeah, I heard something. Okay, there was a little flash there. This is real endgame right here. I'm actually scared. like walking around. 'Cause I have no idea when someone's gonna slam a mace 30 meters away. Banshees. Whoa. All right. Ooh, whoa. Probably we shouldn't be doing this curse shrine thing. Definitely not a good idea. That curse shrine like spawns like 4 or 5 corpse bows. This is... Yep, I heard him. Where they at? Run. Dodge. Oh, there's more corpse bows. Are you kidding me? Stay mobile. Stay mobile. Don't let him get you. Okay. We survived. Oh. Travel to the inner sanctum. That was a terrible decision I made. I panicked. I have no more lives. I gotta be careful, like super careful now. that was a terrible decision. I do all that and then I die like that. Die. 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 Oh, was an ancient. I didn't realize he was. Oh, I'm gonna die. Are you kidding me? Alright. Oh! The barb is just jumping on me. Go, get away. No, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. Wait. Yes! The potion well just saved me. The potion well just saved me. That was clutch. What? Oh, that potion well came in clutch. I would have died if it wasn't for that potion well. That was hilarious. Like decision making like that is fun. I like stuff like that. Cause you have to be aware of your environment and be like, how am I gonna be able to like escape out of this? What do you guys think about the survey that Leah made a video talking about it? Honestly, I think Blizzard is just filling out what people, you know, I don't think the survey was supposed to be released. So whoever chose to leak it is going to be some big trouble. It must have took too long. Oh, you have 0 bling. Never mind. 1 coin for a guaranteed Uber. I think I do think that like some of the things that are in the survey can be a bit scary, I guess, to think about, because I mean obviously some of those things do kind of sound more along the lines of Blizzard trying to monetize more, I guess. But a survey is just that though at the end of the day. Like it's kind of a survey. They just kind of want to see where people's heads are at. And what their thoughts are and what their community might think about some of the surveys. So I wouldn't put it as a red flag yet. But it is something to be cautious about. Can you permit to post a link? You can go ahead and post a link. I don't have bans on links right now. Props all zoomed into. Dude, I want to clip that. Oh, someone did clip it. Nice. Let's actually take a look at it. Where's my... Oh, my whatchamacallit is not fixed for this yet, though. Uh-oh. I forgot. My main window isn't fit for the new thing. It's fit for the old. So actually, this is actually good. So this is what the old surface area used to be. Like you see this right here? Like you see the surface area? That was the game size before. Compared to what it is now. That's good. That's a good clip. That's a really good clip. Appreciate you. I'm actually share that. That's like probably like short, like YouTube Shorts material. I guess I don't know how to do that. Honestly, I haven't dove into that, so I have no idea how to even do a YouTube Short. But that's like YouTube Short material. I really should have died, actually.
That's a deal.
All right, we're gonna switch it up a little bit. Your reaction, shades and all. If I do like a YouTube short, they're gonna be like, "Why is he zoomed in?" Which actually makes that even like more difficult. But wait, how'd you get 200 bling already? You had like 0 bling like 5 minutes ago, and now you have 0 bling again. All right, so let's try the other amulet. So we're gonna do the other amulet, like this one, because this one's actually good. It already has Edge Master on it. Well, actually, it's a thing. Do I want to do Edge Master or do I want to do Elements? Elements would give me more bang for my buck, though, but only on the cycle. Oh, sorry. Grandma didn't even see. With Pin Shot with Poison, Imbue plus X-Fall be good. Not on this own, no. You have to go. You'd have to go. Invest heavily into it. Like go almost all like build around Poison Imbue. Use Bursting Venoms. You'd have to really invest into it. And even then, and then it'll be decent. Like it'll be like pretty good if you do that. I don't know if it would trump a regular setup. On the surface, I don't think so, but I would assume in longer fights, like fights that last like quite a while, it could. So like Abattoir Azir might be a good place for that. But I think the also thing too is that another thing to think about too. Oh, you be getting them 200 blings quick. Another thing to think about too is that like, are we certain that the unique glyph actually buffs poison damage, like poison imbuement damage or poison damage in general, dot damage? Like, do we know that? We assume it does. It would, but do we actually know? 'Cause that's going to be a very bad thing. It doesn't. For quite a few bills, like you know.
First Carlo, now Leah. There's something.
A traveler.
Can you link a build? Yeah.
What's it like?
But frost burns as well. I don't know about frost burns. Because I mean, at some point you have to make sure that your pin shot still hits hard, right? Like if you start taking away ranks to pin shot and start taking away skills or stats that buffs pin shot directly, then you're gonna make your pin shot kind of weak. See what I'm saying? So you have to be kind of careful with what you add just for the sake of adding something and being like, hey, this seemed like it might be a good idea for it, but you know, you got to think about your pin shot damage at the end of the day as well.
Good business and fortune to you.
I assume that since you linked the planner, you're wanting me to look at it. Is that the thing? Like on stream? Okay, I just want to make sure if you were doing it for me or you were doing it for me to like actually look over. I see. Gotcha. Appreciate the follow, whoever that was. Are you doing the? Is this like Woody's setup, or this is like a bit different? Yeah, you got combination dagger. I guess you're gonna kind of have to. There. Yeah. Grand Frostburn. Okay, so you're just trying to. Okay, so you're the idea. Let me look at the paragon board just to make sure. That's what you're trying. Yep. All right. So you're just trying to put a bunch of procs in setup. Many different procs here. I think Frostburn is really maybe not the way though. Honestly, like if you want good freeze, honestly, you could drop a movement skill and then pick up cold imbuement and do like this. You see how lucky hit critical strikes with cold imbue skills have up to a 20% chance to instantly freeze enemies for 3 seconds. So you can legit get that same freeze without Frostburn. Now it won't last as long, but you're not giving up actual good stats and 4 ranks to your pin shot for it. And you also get an aspect. You see how it's up to a 25% chance to freeze, whereas here you have 20% chance to instantly freeze. See what I'm saying? So like, and the cold imbue itself will open up your frigid finesse, so you get more damage here. Yeah, so like if you want to freeze, honestly, I would give up one of your movement skills or concealment. I think you want concealment though. I think concealment probably plays an important role probably somewhere. You said Frostburn is so good. You said and deal 60% more damage to him. Where do you get the 60% from? Are you talking about frigid finesse? But all I'm saying to you is this: if you think about it, like if you really like if freezing is something you really want, you can do it either way. It's 25% versus 20%. So I mean, if you want to freeze the entire screen, you already have over 700% lucky hit chance, right? So you're gonna proc the freeze regardless, whether you do Frostburn or Cold Imbue. But at least with Cold Imbue, you actually you don't have to give up a glove, give up an aspect, nor ranks to penetrating shot to do it. That's the thought process I have. So that's my thought. That like, so this is to keep the theme of what you're doing. Cause like, I know what you're trying to do. I just think there's a better way to do it. So if you want the freeze, go cold imbuement, take blended cold imbuement, get that freeze. And then do a regular glove with some damage. You have penetrating shot here, poison imbue. Yeah, you're missing, well, yeah, I mean, you can, there's the expectant aspect, you can get your 30% more damage back. You can do anything. This is going to be considerably better than the Frostburn. What about Pan Degrees? I don't think he can, well, he could do Pan Degrees, but I think he'll have to change up some stuff. It's hard to do Pan Degrees and Harley Quinn and to Boss Will because it gets very difficult with your resist. I think a regular boot makes more sense. So overall build would work, but with change frost. I think you'll get better results, significantly better results with cold imbuement, blended cold imbuement, and a regular glove with aspect of the expectant probably. That's probably the best damage one you can do because you still want your pin shot to deal damage. You don't want to like You don't want to scuff your pin shot. Although I know you're building more into poison, but you do want your pin shot to actually like hit for something. Or if you just want to attack faster, you can do rapid. Either way, anything would be better than the Frostburn here. But that would be the only thing I would change here. Either dash or shadow step, one of the two. I would trade out one of the two for cold imbuement. And that one rank in the cold imbuement, blended cold imbuement, easy freeze, super easy freeze, without sacrificing so much in this slot. Looking at your Paragon board, it looks like you're definitely built for poison, makes sense. Accuracy, yep, makes sense. Exploit makes sense. You have corruption on the weapon, makes total sense. X-Falls, you have the bursting venoms, which is going to proc X-Falls, which is good. Yeah, I mean, everything else is fine. That'll be the only thing I would recommend. I think you would like that better too, in my personal opinion. I don't think anything else is in the skill tree that oh, this. Change that to mixed cold and imbuement. Forgot about that. Do that. Don't do this. You have so much lucky hit that you're going to proc the mixed poison imbuement every time. So this is considerably better than this. So I would do that. I didn't realize I can actually like change stuff in your planner. That's actually an accident. I didn't know I can do that. But yeah, either dash or shadow step. Lose one, cold imbuement. Easy peasy. This is your dodge. That's what you want to do, sure. Shared misery. Sure, why not? I think Manglers is good here too as well. Share misery or Manglers, either or is fine. Yeah, I mean, for the way it looks like you want to play, yeah, this is fine. Cold Imbue is just so bad. How so? How is Cold Imbue bad? I want you to explain to me why you feel I can freeze just like Frostburn. It's the exact same thing. Because Poison Imbue is better? Why not both? That's not, I'm not telling them to drop Poison Imbue. I'm telling them to do. I swear I have this conversation at least twice a week with someone that literally is saying Cold Imbue is bad. It doesn't realize that Cold Imbue is like give us by far the most multipliers on our rogue out of anything we can do in the game. Like Cold Imbue can literally almost double your damage in certain scenarios. And people are saying that that's bad. And you freeze them and they can't attack you. So they can't attack you, applies a vulnerable, and can almost double your damage, but it's bad. You run Frostburn with Pinch Shot and Poison Imbue. Okay, you can do that. I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm just saying I think there's a more efficient way to get the freeze than Frostburn. It's only good for trash mobs. But what is with low life? That is absolutely not true. How's that even factual? Where do you get the low life from? I see nothing that says anything with low life. It's just a multiplier. If you do cold imbuement in general, let's say you don't take blended, you take mixed cold imbuement, you get the 20%, 40% if they're frozen, which they will be because, you know, then you got the 15% from Frigid Finesse, 30%, which they stack on top of each other because if they're frozen, they're also chilled. And it's a very easy way to apply that with cold imbuement because you're chilled as well. So like easy. It would be good if you can actually permacold. No, it's good as it is. I mean, I insta gib elites in T100s with cold imbuement all the time. Like 3 or 4 arrows will insta give an elite with cold imbuement from rapid fire, and I have 28 of them. I have no idea how anyone could perceive that being bad. Now you might not like cold imbue. That's a, you know, I wouldn't argue that point, right? But to say cold imbue is bad is absolutely cap. 100% cap. Could it be better? Sure, but for what it is right now, it's very, very good. In fact, there's no way to perma shoot it, but you don't have to perma shoot it for it to be good. Like you make it sound like the imbuement is bad if you can't perma shoot it. No, but you don't need to, because you just insta get whatever it is you're hitting. So you just rotate. You just use poison. Do what you got to do. When poison's on cooldown, use cold imbuement, and then do what you got to do. Like that's it. Nothing else. Although I would say it would be fun to be able to perma use it. I mean, I don't think I would ever say no to that. If I can permanently have it up, oh hell yeah, I would. Who wouldn't take that option? Right? Absolutely, like no question. Let's see. Do I have? I don't think I have any imbuement. I do have an imbuement one. That's on a bad ring. You can one shot with cold view. If you could one shot, is better. Yeah, but that's what we do with cold imbuement. It's that big of a multiplier that you do one shot. That's the reason why you take cold imbuement. All right, so I saw a couple of like 3 mil crits in there. Most of them are like the high 2 mil crits. I'm gonna do the same thing, but for cold imbuement. 6 mil. Cold imbuement has it does have a cooldown. That's why you use the other imbuement. That's why you use the other imbuement. So like in his build, for instance, like for like grandma, because I was kind of helping him in his build. You got poison imbuement. You do whatever you do with poison imbuement, and then when poison imbuement is on cooldown, or if you can't get to a bursting venom's bubble, you just use cold imbuement. And then you don't like running. Well, not liking it doesn't mean it's bad. I can understand you not liking running 2 imbuments. That's understandable. A lot of people don't like running 2 imbuments. That's understandable. I totally get it. Totally understand. It doesn't mean that it's bad to rotate the imbuements. It just means that you don't prefer it, and that's totally fine. Right? I agree. I absolutely agree. If I can just run one imbuement, I probably would, and it would be cold imbuement, honestly. If I can just run one imbuement, I would do cold imbuement. If I can have it up almost all the time. That was bad. Yeah. That combo bug is on pin shot too, or it's on every combo point rug. Literally. Like legit, literally. What you could do though, Starzo. Now think about it. If you can find a way, here's a challenge for you actually, because you might actually like this. If you can find a way to limit the amount of cooldowns you have in your build. Like let's say you have like one movement or you can use 2 movement skills, but you only really have 1 on the cooldown or something. If you can just have 1 movement skill that's going to be on cooldown, and then you have just cold imbuement as your other cooldown, and you run hectic with enough cooldown reduction, you might be able to almost permanently use cold imbuement. But it also means that you have to make sure that there's nothing else in your bar that has cooldowns. You know what I'm saying? So you might be able to kind of make that happen where you can use cold imbuement very often, but it means that you have to be very careful with your cooldown. So like let's say that you start with Shadow Step. Like, I'll give you an example. You start with Shadow Step, you take the cooldown rune, so therefore it comes off a cooldown quickly. Then when you pop your cold imbuement, this should be off cooldown roughly towards the end of the first cycle of your cold imbuement. So that means all of your hectic shots with puncture, right, will go towards your cold imbuement. And then you can just kind of just keep cycling through that, and you can get your cold imbuement off cooldown relatively quickly. I don't think you'd be able to get it permanently, but you might be able to get like 2 shots of it, and then 1 shot may not have cold imbuement, and then by that time, cold imbuement would be around again, if that makes sense. So there is a way that you can get high uptime on it, but it does kind of mean that whatever other skill you pick here can't really be a cold. Like, you have to make sure it's not a cooldown skill, or that you don't use that cooldown skill unless you absolutely need it. If you really want to get your imbuement cooldown now, but if you can figure that out, and you run it, let me know how that feels, because that's kind of a thought I had too for myself at one point, and it's hard to really get that to get that low, but all right, let's switch out the sword though. Okay, I don't want to take over that sword. So we need a new sword. I don't really want to imprint over the other thing. So I think maybe I'll just take this one and use this as a backup. Permacoat imbue. Yeah, I personally would like that. You know what, Stars, though? And in all actuality, I actually did send a message or feedback to the devs a couple of months ago about that. You know, when they changed the cooldown from 9 seconds to 13 seconds for like the imbuements, I thought that was really silly that they did that. And I expressed to them, like, literally directly. I said, I think players would love to be able to build around a single imbue. Like, people like being a cold rogue or a shadow rogue, just like people are a poison TB rogue. People like being an elemental rogue or a one element of a rogue, or physical, kind of thing, right? But it's nearly impossible to do that and under the current circumstances outside of poison because of bursting venoms. You know what I mean? So I made that very known. I'm like, not everybody likes juggling multiple imbuements. However, because of the high cooldown, it ends up being the choice option if you want to get the most out of your damage on some setups. So you're almost kind of pigeonholed into it in a sense, especially if you want to run Eldritch Bounty and stuff like that. For skill damage. That's fine. And a roll max. We'll take it. All right, so you know what? We'll do it. We'll YOLO this sword. YOLO in the sword. All right, I'm gonna upgrade it and put a sock in it. Do you think Penitent Greaves would work with rapid fire build? I wouldn't do it, honestly. I think boots, regular boots with manglers is going to significantly be better, because once you start getting the Tabalt's Will and the Shaco eventually and stuff like that, you're going to need a spot for your resistances, and Penitent Greaves only gives you cold resist. And the only thing you're getting outside of, with Penitent Greaves is literally 10% multiplicative damage whenever something is shelled. That's it. Like, it's generally not enough to warrant trying to fit all the other things around the resistances you don't have on your boots. For most builds. I say most. Yeah. What are my thoughts about Rogue on AoZ with other Broken Immortal classes? I don't know if they're gonna actually be immortal in the content. I mean, the general perception is that there will be, but I mean, it's kind of hard to know. And two, generally speaking, only the barbarian can do it being immortal and have enough damage to actually clear. The other classes that are trying to do it become immortal, you're losing something pretty big to do it. So in the higher runs, it's probably not going to be viable because you're not going to clear as fast. So you won't die, you just won't clear as fast. And if you don't clear as fast, then you obviously, at some point you'll run out the title thing. And ball lightning maybe you can make a immortal ball lightning build, obviously, but I think it takes a lot more for the sword to do it. The sword gives up a bit more to do it. I don't know if it's going to be enough. If ball lightning's OPness is going to, its power is going to be enough to circumvent that. I don't know. I can see it for Barb. I don't know about the sword. But Rogue is going to be fine in AoZ. They'll be fine. Rogues don't have to be don't have to have an immortal build to do AoZ. They'll be fine. Trying to figure out how I'm gonna do this, because now I need to get disobedience. So I'm gonna put Dark Shroud on my bar, and I'm gonna run disobedience on the chest, but I don't want to override this chest. I want to test it first before I commit. But I have this chest here, which I can use, but it has fire and cold, and this has cold lightning. So do I have a different boot? Don't know if I do have a different boot. There's that one. Fire, cold, shadow. This is actually a really good boot. Was I not using that? Cold lightning. Yo, this is actually better than the current boots I have right now. Fire, poison, shadow. Cold, poison, shadow. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll this is for science. We'll swap. Fire, poison, shadow, so I have fire. So I don't have his lightning, so I have to take out an armor piece for lightning. And then give me a disobedience aspect somewhere. One that's not max, just for testing purposes. This is probably like the most like a Glacius version, but it's like literally all like balls to the wall DPS. But like I wouldn't be able to extract any more DPS out of this setup than what I'm getting ready to do. And I don't have a spare disobedience. That's rough. I have one and it's max value, and I don't know if I want to. Yeah. Whatever. For science, y'all. For science. Would you say the build you link is viable for Nightmare 100? As long as you have all the stats and stuff, yeah. Like, what's gonna really carry you is really the two boss build and combination for the most part. You know, whatever you do outside of that is kind of just the icing on the cake. But as long as you have like all the things that are in the planner that you need, you'll be fine. All right, I'm doing it. I'm doing it for science. I'm doing it. What am I doing? I am attempting a. I'm actually gonna put Dark Shroud on my bar. And that sounds absolutely nuts to do, but I am going to do that. Oof, my lightning resist. Wow, is that low? Jeez. That's right. I have none. That's fair. All right, so I need a. It's gonna really hurt eat into my armor. Wait, that's Shadow. I'm an idiot. I guess I never think yellow for lightning, so I'm just like, what? Got 55. I can go on my Paragon board and squeeze out another whatever, or I can just check out an armor gem. It's kind of rough because I already got the lower end of disobedience now. But this is just for science, so it's okay. We'll do it. We'll make the sacrifice for science. It's not going to be high enough for armor if we need 18.5k in AoZ. So you're saying I shouldn't do it now for T100s just for science? Should I not play the game until December 5th? On my build, would I replace concealment? What do you have concealment for? Or I guess what's the reasoning for concealment?
I carry the best another time then.
I guess that would be the bigger question, right? Like what would be the reasoning for you doing or having concealment? All right, for science. Renegade's retreat. You think Rogue can push it? Oh, they might because of no mobility. Rogue looks to be fine. Why I was worried about 9,500 armor, also disobedience. That's enough for T. Yeah, it's just more so I have to scale it though. So like, let's say I'm not attacking, and I get hit before I scale my disobedience. That's what I'm wondering. Because you still have to like actually attack and get your to get the disobedience up. Once it's already up, I don't worry. But it's always kind of like going from like between packs and stuff where you drop that kind of thing.
Need more time.
It's also been a very long time since I've Okay, bruh, I was in that dome. I was in that dome. Did I figure you're testing stuff for AoZ? Well, you kind of can't in T100. There's nothing hard enough to do that. So any science you do now in terms of playing the game is literally what the game has to offer at the moment. If anything, I just want to see what it feels like to actually use Dark Shroud, because I haven't done it in such a long time outside of having it for Umbrus. And if I wanted to make a pure DPS version of what I'm doing, can I, and how would it feel? Oof. Also never used it with having Hectic too, so it's also just an interesting vibe, I guess. How did I get so many eggs? Most of it was like pretty much donated by people in the community. Riptide, Peacha. And I have some of my own, but yeah, not that much, obviously. Like, I don't even have Doombringer on right now. Like I opted for Corruption for now. Just cause.
And I fear for all who wander unknown into its crypts. Hunt them down. Do not let my death be for naught.
I thought I was on the other side. Yeah, but don't get me wrong though. Like most of the eggs I have right now that were donated, like I didn't use the majority of what I had. So most of the eggs I did use were more so from the ones that I've actually farmed. Honestly, you can either buy them on the market, or you can just farm them. It does take a lot of farm. But that's part of the grind. This is rapid fire build, yeah? Yep. What you doing, man? I'm hectic. Tip, what I did it, I was selling 925 items for more than the rest cost you. It does feel really weird to actually use Dark Shroud, like actually push the button. But it does have like one actual perk, and that is, you know, I get all 5 on demand, so I don't get caught off guard at the beginning of fights usually. So I start the fight with 5 almost all the time. Granted that that's really the only like real perk I see in this. Which is actually kind of interesting to think about, because usually when I do die or I get hit, usually when my disobedience is low and I'm only having like 2 shadows up from the previous fight. Oof, that hurt. It's been on Maxroll, the rapid fire build. Yeah. I do have one skill that's different, but that's just because I'm like doing some experimenting. But the all the stuff I'm doing right now today is literally is pretty much what I have on Maxroll. It's just I might change one thing, but the premises of how to play rapid fire, the combo points, shadow imbue, cold imbuement, to boss will combination, all that, it's on Maxroll. But I do play around with different variants though. Right now this is close quarters combat instead of victimize. Wait, I don't have the Bloodstone pedestal. Who has it? Oh, you do. Wow. That hurt. Alright. Wow. Stop chasing me. Alright. Chill. I wonder if they would actually do that though. Like would Blizzard make it so that Dark Shroud is more appealing to actually have it on the bar versus like using the aspect. Speaking of which, I did notice you said something, Riptide. You said you wouldn't use Dark Shroud at all in AoZ. Like at all. No Umbras, no Dark Shroud. Seems real dangerous versus like elemental stuff that you can only get more. Like, I mean, at some point, you know, since you're capped, you're gonna be resistance capped. So. Like I don't think resistances are going to go any higher than what it is. So it's going to be a matter of do you have damage reduction or not, or no past your elemental cap. So that's kind of where Dark Shroud really helps. Like really helps. Then you never have, and like you doubt you will. But yeah, but that's risky though. I think it would be pretty cool if we could go over the resistances cap and avatars here, and maybe we might be able to. I don't know, but no one's really said anything about it, so I don't know. That seems like a really dangerous thing. That we can't stack more than what we have now, technically, unless we use like, you know, elixirs, I guess, for certain against certain resistances, which actually does go over the cap. Oh, he was invisible. I was like, what did I get hit by?
I need more time.
Is there anything you can't do is I can avoid? So I guess with that being said, why do you feel we need 18.5k armor then? You better avoid melee attacks, actually. The range attacks probably not. If they're banshees or something, or like or archers or whatever. But melee attacks, I mean, usually at that point, wouldn't you just get like distant damage reduction or close damage reduction from Paragon? You can avoid test with the 2-second animation. Like if I was like to 100% concentrate like in this dungeon for the most part, except for the invisible guys, like the melee guys will like almost never hit me. I mean, I'd be very, very peculiar, obviously, like super edgy, but yeah, they would never touch me. But range, obviously, yeah, that's the thing. But the range attacks usually don't hurt as much. It's like by comparison. I mean, they do hurt, don't get me wrong, but like the auto range attacks usually don't hurt as much as the melee attacks, which I guess kind of makes sense. You mean melee, you don't mean melee with the wind up? Just the normal swings? But would they have, but they would never one shot you in a Abattoir Azir though, right? They don't deal enough damage. That if you don't have 18.5k armor that you will get one shotted? I don't know. I mean, if it's anything like T100, it's like you might take 20-30% of your damage maybe. At like the high ends. The ones that don't have a windup, that is, like the little peck damage. I think they'll die quickly to get hit by 204. The melee hits? Like it. But you're kiting, you're shadow stepping, dashing. You got puncture. Oh, never mind. Sorry, you said you use invigorated strike. You got pin degrees though, right? Oh, okay, well yeah, you'll just kite them back into your pin degrees. It'll take a little longer, but oh, not a little longer, but like be extra careful. But I'm sure you'll manage that. If he was ranged, you wouldn't do any armor. But I mean, you know what I'm secretly hoping though. I'm secretly hoping that like Victimize and precision actually gets a buff in the patch for Abattoir Azir. Because I'm sure they're gonna do stuff. They're gonna buff things and like do stuff. If they actually buff precision and make Victimize like better, I might be able to play like a mostly ranged type thing.
I'm not ready yet.
Imagine if they nerf close quarters combat. They probably wouldn't, because that would go against the whole we don't plan to nerf anything. Or nerf Season of Blood is what they said. If they're allowing the bug builds to run wild, I doubt they're gonna nerf close quarters combat. Like that'd be a really awkward move to nerf that, but then leave to boss will. That would be really weird. So I guess it begs the question, the other damage. The other thing is also, again, elemental resistances and like no Dark Shroud. Since you can't really stack more elemental resistances, like how do you plan on dealing with like lightning? I'm just like legit curious. Because I don't know where else you can really get a reasonable amount of DR towards your element. Lightning enchantment, pillars. Like things that, like, those are really hard to avoid when there's a lot of things going on. Like, you're gonna take damage from that. Or the, you know, cold, like not Tempest, but those little frozen things that like coming underneath you is cold. Like that's an instant. You can dodge when you see it, but you're going to take the damage initially. I mean, you're frozen and you're dead. Go next. Alright, fair. So what do you run in place of Umbrus then? Do you do cheats or do you just do like a utility aspect? Like Frostbitten, I think you were talking about before. I gotta just take a look at your setup. That probably would make a lot more sense to me, right? Yeah. More Tech 9? Yes. getting accustomed to actually pushing the Dark Shroud button. But after putting it on a bar, you know, of course, again for science, it's nice to kind of know what it feels like again, because I don't. It's very rare that you ever see anyone put on a bar anymore because of the whole, you know, Umbrus thing. But with that being said, I do think could consider possibly like lowering the cooldown a bit in general to make it more attractive to use. Or at least allow ranks into Dark Shroud to lower the cooldown. So you have to, like, you know, actually work for it. And even then, I think Umbrus would still be better choice use of it, especially if you have a high lucky hit chance. But something to kind of make it more appealing, other than like kind of having it at the start of battles. Or the manually cast one have more orbs. That's actually a good idea. Yeah. It would. Yeah, it would. More orbs would be ridiculously good, actually, with a lot of ranks into Dark Shroud. Yeah. Okay. That was for science. At least now I know I kind of what that feels like. This is, and the only reason why I did it this way is just kind of like, you know, let's just say that I don't, hypothetically, that I don't need as much damage reduction as I thought. As I think, can I go pure? Can I go a more pure cannon route and feel like I'm not like scuffing myself for doing so? Like, I'm still on the fence about whether or not I'm going to use the Doombringer. Initially I'm going to, but with the Shaco and the extra range of dark and the extra range of Dark Shrouds or whatever, when I'm doing Umbrus, it's actually really nice. And the extra health is nice, but I'm also really not close enough to really proc the unique effect. So it's like I don't really get that, like unless there hypothetically there's a interaction that isn't supposed to happen that allows that, as long as they have shadow on them, that I get the damage reduction. I wonder if anyone actually like tested that. Give me your bling. I wonder if anyone like actually tested that. Like, let's just say that as long as the enemy has shadow damage on it, the you reduce their damage. So like if I just shadow imbue them, do I even need to worry about the 25% the proc? Because if that's the case, different story. Like absolutely different story. Then I'll be like, oh, okay, well, now that it's like that, but I'm usually just not close. So, or close enough to really make that deal. So really it's the maximum life. It's the EHP at that point. And then that's gonna just compete against having proper stats on a sword. Well, not that one, but I don't know where the other sword is at. Actually, wait a minute. Do I have another ring that is? Cool. Such a low roll on the crowd control, but I'd roll that vulnerable to life. Turn this into something more useful of a ring. Yeah, there we go. So we do have this. And so I can just go with the other sword. Gotta have this. Why was I not using this before? I don't remember. And then I use this one. Yeah. Why didn't I just do that? Yeah, because that's actually more health. Okay, so this is without Doom. Where's my other chest piece at? My actual chest. Tapped out. Resistances. What did I change? You can't win now. I'm still not sold on doing exploit though. See what my character sheet looks like. Okay, I can save a point there. Let's see if I take that point away. Let's see what happens. I forget my life goes down to. Yeah, definitely can't do that then. I just do that, and I do save a point, or I do have a point. Could definitely do more maximum life. All right. I'll just fit this point randomly somewhere. Probably armor. Sure, why not? Also, there's probably some stuff I don't even need in this area. You know what? I wonder, how many points can I save? Okay, no, strength is there, so I still gotta go that route. But can I? Should be able to connect this and. Surprised I can't disconnect. Oh, because it's going this way, that's why. Huh. So if I went this way, I'd disconnect like all of these that, oh, what is the strength right there? Never mind. All right, nope, can't do that then. Also, shouldn't it be like one more strength somewhere? It is. Okay. 39. It's a really weird board to have this on, but it was for experimentation purposes, and I was still able to keep everything I wanted. All right, we're gonna raid out. You see the Maxroll symbols now. Looks awkward without the globes. We'll go to just chatting. You can try to mix between this setup and the old one where you just have a slight frame with the space and stars. It can look nice and be the sweet spot. How would you go? How would you go about? I think I see what you're saying. You mean like, hold on, let me go back to this. So you're seeing like, instead of having it full screen, like crop it just a tad bit enough to where we like all the way around. I just kind of like condense it just a tag, just enough to where we can see like the stars and stuff on the outside. Is that what you're saying? Days. I could mess with that. I think we can do that. I just gotta make sure that I gotta figure out like just enough to crop, if that makes sense. Like, but I do know what you're saying though. You take the scene you just had, but make it all the way across the stream with the stars at the top and bottom, like a widescreen movie. I don't know if the ratio, so that works with the ultra wide monitor, but like the you won't be able to get the correct ratio if you do that. It'll look really kind of odd and like stretched. I know exactly what you're talking about. Like it would, or I guess what you could do is, I guess if I was to crop the top and bottom a little bit and kind of do that. But it's gonna squish the ratio. So it might be better to just keep the same ratio and just like, you know, condense to keep my cam at the same level. All right, well, I'll play around with it. I do think we made some progress on it though. I do like how this looks too as well. Oh wait, is the chat showing up on here? It shouldn't. Okay, not on this one. There we go. It should be just a normal chat. There we go. All right, we're gonna rate out. Let's see. Tomorrow, well, I really need to actually start doing Avatar Azir planners. I've been really slacking on that front. I won't say slacking, but like actually getting it into the Maxroll guys. I've been slacking on. Let's go to. Let's go to Zeal. Actually, Age Crip. I haven't been Age Crip in a while. It's been a minute since I've been to Age Crip. We'll go to Age Crip. I think he's doing Durio runs. You gotta win. You want me to? That's just too bad, Leggy. You're gonna have to wait till next time. But all right, Days. I'll work on it. I didn't know you was a graphic designer, Days. Or you dabble into that, one or the other. But yeah, enjoy Age Crip. Age Crip is cool. Supports the stream quite a bit. I'm a motion designer. Yeah, H Grip is cool. He supports the channel quite a bit. He's here. He's in here a lot. I think he's doing Durios trying to get his stuff. But y'all have a good one. And as always, till next time.